about it. Oh, my neck. One mile, y'all. I'm gonna go take the trash cans around. I'm back. Sorry about that, folks. That's all me. I am curious to see how Warzone is like this. No, yeah, unironically, I want to do endgame. Hmm. That's wild. Okay, we're almost getting it. Hmm. Yeah, I'm gonna wait, because that is an insane jump. Alright.
Day, and it all started with this guy, Min Lee, who went by the name Gooseman online. He was an immigrant living in Canada and studying computer science. He was already making mods in his free time for games like Quake 2. He created a mod called Action Quake 2, and eventually met this guy called Jess Cliff in a chat room, who also was interested in modding and had been running a mod website. So they teamed up to make a tactical shooter mod for Half-Life 1, the Gold Swords engine, which around that time had just come out and was blowing up in the modding scene. Gooseman was mostly inspired by the old Rainbow Six games and had this vision for a tactical shooter that had real-world weapons and counter-terrorists versus terrorists. The first beta of Counter-Strike dropped in June of 1999, and it was pretty rough around the edges. There was just like some basic maps and a handful of guns, not much going on. Nonetheless, with them adding more updates throughout Beta 2, 3, and so on, the game would just keep getting more tractions. And Beta 4 is, for example, where they introduced Bomb Defusal, which became the most iconic game mode for Counter-Strike, and it's also the version that included the first version of Dust and Nuke. And I think around the time they were on Beta 5, Valve started taking notice since it became the most played Half-Life mod. So they just straight up hired both Guzman and Cliff and bought the rights to Counter-Strike. Guzman actually dropped out of working on a different game to start working at Valve. And during this time, they would still reiterate on the Counter-Strike betas in 2000s, going all the way up to Beta 7. But in November 2000, the retail version came out under the name Half-Life Counter-Strike. And this was the first full standalone version. Like, you didn't have to install Half-Life 1 anymore in order to play it. And they kept updating this retail version as well, going from version number 1.1 through 1.5. And then when Steam came out in 2003, they released update 1.6. And I think this is the point where they dropped the Half-Life name and it just became Counter-Strike. And Counter-Strike 1.6 is what most people associate with the OG CS experience. And it was massive at the time. I mean, this is a much beloved game. And Counter-Strike didn't stop there. After the Source engine came out, they released Counter-Strike Source in 2004, which actually wasn't as popular as 1.6, and a lot of people didn't switch over to Source for years. But I grew up on Counter-Strike Source, so, you know, it's my favorite one. But then interestingly, when CSGO came out, still on the Source engine, obviously a much updated version, it was also a slow burn, and once again, players stayed on CS 1.6 and Counter-Strike Source. Like, me and my Counter-Strike clan, we stayed on Counter-Strike Source for years after CSGO was out. And part of it was that, you know, at the beginning, it did feel kind of rough, and it wasn't as fun and as polished as the previous games. But around 2014, they had been updating the game for 2 years, and they added new weapon skins and that whole case opening thing. And after that, Counter-Strike Global Offensive absolutely blew up. And then in 2018, it went free to play, and a ton of new players were brought in. And then obviously CS2 launched just like a couple years ago, which was a forced Source 2 upgrade to CSGO. Like, it completely overrode CSGO, and you couldn't play it for a long time. And it's probably because they didn't want to have a third repeat of what happened with the launches of Source and Global Offensive, where the player base didn't move on to the new version, which I guarantee you would have 100% happened. Like, most people would have just stayed on Global Offensive. It was pretty controversial at the time, but it didn't really hurt Counter-Strike 2 all that much. I mean, at the end of the day, the core gameplay is still there, and it's still pretty fun. So I think most people who did play Global Offensive just eventually made their peace with CS2 and continued playing that. Now, if you're wondering what happened to the original creators of Counter-Strike, Guzman and Jess Cliff, well, firstly, Guzman left Valve in 2006 after a cancelled Source engine Counter-Strike 2.0 project. He said himself that he didn't know what he wanted from Counter-Strike 2, and he wasn't confident enough to lead a team, so instead he left Valve and started a solo project called Tactical Intervention, which is similar to Counter-Strike, but it never really got a massive player base and was kind of a failure. I think he does kind of regret leaving Valve because a lot of his co-workers from that time are set for life financially, and he's not. He's been kind of drifting around from project to project. He worked on Rust at Face Punch for a few years, and then went to Pearl Abyss. But more recently, he has been working on an early access game called Alpha Response, which is still in early access right now. And I mean, I might go check it out. I don't know. I kind of want to see what it's about. And as far as the other guy goes, Jess Cliff, I don't even know if I want to go too deep in his story. Basically, he stayed at Valve. He got arrested in 2018 for meeting up with someone who was not of age. He said he got catfished and didn't know. Valve suspended him. He took a plea deal where he kept his innocence and spent like 2 months in a minimum security prison. And after that, he never worked on a video game again. Which, yeah, I don't know. Like, ugh. Nonetheless, Counter-Strike, 27 years later, is still the top played game on Steam every single day, and it'll probably stay there.
Luke, have you ever heard of a little game called Roblox?
Yeah, I've played that before.
Now, if you're watching this video and you have free time on your hands, do not go onto the Rocket Sloth channel and sort videos by most popular. Interestingly enough, when we got started with this channel, we had a banger hit. When we started Rocket Sloth, we were just throwing videos out there, trying to see like what could work. We had a Roblox video just pop off. We easily could have pivoted and did that as like our careers. I don't think it'd be a long-lived career. You know, I don't think we had like the inner Roblox passion to pump out Roblox content for 8 or 9 years straight. I don't know how some people do that. But Roblox is an interesting game, and there are interesting games in Roblox that had come out of Roblox, especially during like the mid to late 2010s. There's like something kind of charming about like Roblox during that time. Like, it had just gotten out of like the really early like Lego type kids game and was kind of evolving into a platform where like users were making really cool content. And
Yo,
the next game we're
how you
talking
doing,
about
John?
started off as a Roblox game. So we're talking about a game called Dead Zone, and it's not 100% a mod, but it's built in Roblox, so it counts, right? It'd be like if a Gary's mod game ended up becoming its own game, right? This game was created by Nelson Sexton in 2012 under his username DeadZoneZack, which was originally inspired by Payday of all games, which how did we get here? But then later it was restyled into a DayZ type game. It ended up popping off on Roblox. It had 5 million plays by January of 2013, which mind you back then was like crazy big numbers for Roblox. At some point, Zack ended up getting his Roblox account hacked, and during that time, they stole the files to his game, and those got published online. So at that point, anybody could just download those files that Zack had made and like put their own clone of his game on Roblox and potentially even make money off of it. So this ended up pissing off Zack so much because Roblox didn't really do anything about it. They didn't have any protections in place for users, for people just cloning games and stuff. So he quit Roblox altogether, shut down the original version of Dead Zone, and was like, that's it. He was even working on Dead Zone 2 at the time in Roblox and ended up just scrapping that. But knowing that Dead Zone was so successful, he didn't give up on the concept. He started working on a standalone game in Unity inspired by Dead Zone, which he called Unturned. And that is the game we're talking about. And you've probably heard of this game because it was really big. It was all over the place for a while. It's this like low poly, blocky art style DayZ survival type game. It obviously draws inspiration from games like Roblox, games like Minecraft and whatnot, and it was free to play. And at some point, at one point along the way, it was the third most owned game on Steam, and it peaked at over 100,000 players, which is pretty big for Steam numbers. Now, to put this in perspective, this guy who developed the game was like 15 or 16 at the time. This was just a hobby. And to this day, all these years later, the game's still going strong. It's getting pretty regular updates. It had a big update earlier this month. It has an official publisher under 505 Games, and there's console versions for it out as well on PlayStation, Xbox, and Switch. Now, at one point, Sexton had plans to work on a full-on sequel to this game called Unturned 2. Pretty clever name, I think. And that was going to be built in the Unreal Engine, but after a while, he decided to cancel that and just go back to supporting the first version of the game. And while the game doesn't have like crazy numbers, I am really impressed with the fact that it still has 10K daily players. And that's really good for a game that is this old. I feel like there's bigger games that come out that wish they could get 10K players a day. Halo.
$5 billion spent on nothing.
Why is it so hot in my office today? What the hell?
Summer, dude.
Dude, it's not summer. It's April.
Get your flip-flops out.
All right, transition.
Team Fortress started out in 1996 as a
Lame,
Quake mod
welcome.
made by these 3 Australian friends. The original Team Fortress mod basically invented hero shooters. Like you pick a class, you have a role, and then you play the objective. It became the most played Quake mod pretty quickly. So then Valve took notice and they reached out to those 3 guys and they were like,
Chronicles
hey,
of the
you guys want to
Toast?
remake
Welcome,
your game
welcome.
in the Half-Life 1 engine and get paid for it? And they were like, yeah. And then 2 of them moved to Seattle to work full-time at Valve actually. And they ended up porting their Quake mod to the Gold Source engine, which, you know, is the Half-Life 1 engine. And then Team Fortress Classic was released in 1999 for free to promote that engine and, you know, development in that engine. And they actually would also work on Half-Life 1's multiplayer before that as well. But their main focus was Team Fortress Classic. And Team Fortress Classic itself would actually get a couple updates. Like after the release in 1999, they released a newer version in 2000 that added some new maps and game modes and upgraded player models and stuff like that. And then in 2003, they released a standalone version and added another map. And then years later, it would actually release on Steam as well as like a full standalone. Because I mean, you know, this was all before Steam was out. And these
Jalen
people, they
Hicks,
stayed
welcome,
on
welcome.
and they worked on the sequel, which, you know, ended up being Team Fortress 2, which did take 8 years to make and was in development hell for a while. And considered vaporware for a couple of years, but eventually came out with the orange box in 2007, and Team Fortress 2 is obviously a crazy influential game, still very popular today, you know, it's kind of crazy.
All right, I want to circle back to Half-Life 2 again, just because Half-Life 2 just has all of these mods that have been born out of it, essentially. Some of you may have heard of Chivalry Medieval Warfare, which originally started off in 2007 as a Half-Life 2 multiplayer mod called Age of Chivalry, which was made by a small team, and the concept was pretty simple. It was a first-person medieval melee combat game with swords, axes, and shields. We used the Source engine, obviously. These decapitations back in the day were such a big selling point for this game. Like, I mean, this is cool. This is 2007, so the idea of a first-person sword combat game where you could chop off heads, it was a pretty novel idea. This was fresh. Now, this team that worked on this project ended up forming their own studio in 2009 to 2010, calling themselves Torn Banner Studios.
11,
And they wanted to release a full standalone version of this mod. Now, they originally wanted to keep using Source, but Valve's licensing situation didn't really work out for like what their business plans were, so they ended up switching to Unreal Engine 3, partly because Epic had a royalty-based fee model that worked better for a startup small indie studio. They launched the game on Kickstarter in 2012 to try to fund the game, and ultimately the game would release in 2012. And honestly, it was very much just like the core prototype from the Half-Life 2 mod, just turned into a full-fledged game with better animations, more weapons, classes, and objective-based maps. It kind of carved out this niche, and this is kind of in the days before games like For Honor were trying to do the same thing, which I guess wasn't a first-person game, but you get what I mean, right? It was a first-person melee combat game that had some depth to it. And years later, in 2021, Chivalry 2 would finally release as a follow-up game, and it was a success that got supported for quite a while before the studio decided to move on to other projects. It's not too bad for something that started off as a small Half-Life 2 mod, mostly known for the ability to decapitate people.
Back in the day, on PC, there was this niche hardcore World War II multiplayer game called Red Orchestra. And I remember playing it back in the day. It was kind of interesting. I don't know. I don't remember too much about it. This is like 15 years ago. But it started out as a total conversion mod called Red Orchestra Combined Arms for Unreal Tournament 2003, and then moved on to Unreal Tournament 2004 when that released. It was way more realistic than other World War II shooters at the time. No crosshairs, iron sights only, longer time to kill. It was like a milsim. And this was made by a small team of modders: Bill Monk, Alan Wilson, Ignar Spit, and John Gibson. And remember that John Gibson guy specifically for later though, because they'll come back up.
I remember.
In 2005, Epic Games and Nvidia ran a competition called the Make Something Unreal contest. Basically a multi-phase modding competition for the Unreal Engine with a grand prize of a license to the Unreal Engine 3, like a commercial license, which was valued at like $350,000 at the time. So this mod actually ended up winning the whole thing, and from there they formed a studio called Tripwire Interactive, and they worked on a standalone version of Red Orchestra, which now was called Ostfront 41 to 45, since it was the Eastern Front setting of World War II. Upon release in 2006, it actually covered its entire development cost in 1 day of sales, which is wild. It ended up selling over 600,000 copies and became a cult classic World War II shooter on PC. I don't think it ever came to console though, but you know, it was definitely one of those PC games from back in the day. From there, it got a sequel called Heroes of Stalingrad, then the sequel got a standalone expansion called Rising Storm, which then itself got a sequel with Rising Storm Vietnam 2, which the Rising Storm franchise is kind of like the main focus now. And people probably heard of Rising Storm 2.
How have I never heard of any of these games?
Oh, you never heard of it? Okay, that's fine. But these are all like...
I mean, I believe other people have. I just feel, how did I miss it?
Computer games, you know what I mean? But the second game they released after Red Orchestra was Killing Floor, which was another game that was made in Unreal Tournament 2004 as a mod. It's actually kind of wild how they got the rights to this. And it all started in 2005 when this modding group called Shadowline Productions released the Killing Floor mod for Unreal Tournament 2004. And this original mod was like a co-op survival horror game and like really slow and gritty and inspired by like Silent Hill, Resident Evil and stuff like that. And over the years they would update this mod more and more, and in 2008 they launched the last version called version 2.5. Now you remember how I said you should remember that John guy from earlier, right?
Yes, I remember that John guy. I don't remember his last name, but I remember the John guy.
Gibson.
I remember him now.
Around this time, one of the team members of this, mod team, they ran into him in a public chat room, and they ended up working out a deal to buy the rights to Killing Floor and release a standalone version, which then launched in 2009. And Killing Floor would also be a big success.
Wait, they made the deal in a chat room?
I mean, that's how they met. I don't know if they made the deal in the chat room, but from there,
that's still wild, yeah.
Killing Floor obviously also had sequels, right? The second one, very good. The third one, not so good. Just another franchise that came from a mod, I guess, and both of them are related to Tripwire Interactive, which is a studio still around today. But this John Gibson guy actually got himself into controversy in 2021.
Oh no, what did he do?
He labeled himself a pro-life game developer on Twitter in response to some Texas abortion law. He just had to step down and, ended up leaving the company. So, but also Tripwire was with Embracer for a while, and then they bought Independence again. I don't know. It's also weird. But I don't think they've had great games since then. Killing Floor 3, as I said, kind of sucked. Or still sucks to this day, so yeah.
Okay, now I want to talk about a game called Dear Esther, which started off as a Half-Life 2 mod. And honestly, a lot of times the term walking simulator is sometimes used to talk games in this genre. There are some genuinely good walking sim games out there, like What Remains of Edith Finch. I enjoyed that one. But interestingly enough, Dear Esther is one of those good ones. It's basically one of the first modern walking sims, I guess. It started off as a Half-Life 2 mod all the way back in 2008. And what's crazy is that this game started off as just a research project at a university. They funded the whole thing, and the professor known as Dan Pinchbeck led the project. So what exactly were they researching? They wanted to find out whether or not a first-person game could focus solely on storytelling, not having combat, puzzles, or anything else. else. The mod here
Banana,
takes
welcome,
place
welcome.
on this island and is narrated by this old British voice, and you kind of just walk around and soak it all in. Pinchbeck wrote the script, and his wife Jessica Curry made the music, and Pinchbeck and Curry formed an official name to their mod team called the Chinese Room, and this would eventually turn into a full-size studio. Now, originally, the Dear Esther's mod ended up getting around 60,000 downloads, which is pretty great for an experimental research project. And after the success, Robert Briscoe, who had previously worked at DICE on Mirror's Edge, actually reached out to Pinchbeck about doing a production quality remake of their original idea, Dear Esther. So they ended up getting funding, and they got the Source Engine license from Valve and figured out all the legal paperwork they would have to go through to make a university project mod essentially its own official thing. And after 2 to 3 years of development, somewhere around there, the standalone version ended up launching and became a commercial success, eventually selling over 1 million copies. The studio would then continue to make games after this, and they've worked on some other games kind of in this genre that you might have heard of, like Everybody's Gone to the Rapture or Still Wakes the Deep. On the other hand, games that have come from Half-Life 2 and are kind of walking simulators, there's the Stanley Parable, which was created by Davey Redden at 22 when he was still in college, released in late 2011 as a free Half-Life 2 mod. He taught himself Source SDK from just like wikis. He had no formal game development experience, and a concept like this was pretty unprecedented at its time, like this meta-narrative game about choice where a narrator reacts to your decisions as you play the game and knows you're in a game, like it breaks the fourth wall the whole way through. Redden said that he had this idea for a kind of game that broke player expectations, but when he tried to describe it, nobody had any idea what the hell he was talking about, so the development was just done fully by him. He did end up hiring a voice actor to be the voice of the game, and he ended up using a website called voice123.com. After the success of this, he ended up starting his own small studio and remaking the game as a full game with new content called the Stanley Parable HD Remix, which officially released in October of 2013. It ended up selling over 100k copies in like 3 days and 1 million copies within the first year, which is crazy, and Redden said that he made enough revenue for him to live comfortably and be a full-time game developer for the next like 5 years. And then in 2022, another Stanley Parable remake would be released with the Ultra Deluxe Edition, which once again added more content and was commercially successful. It's pretty cool that something that started like this ended up turning into this.
DayZ is another game that did start out as a mod and then turned into a standalone game, and that standalone actually had a little bit of controversy, but we'll get to that. So originally, it was created by this guy called Dean Hall, who had some video game industry experience for some like random Wii games and stuff, and then he joined the New Zealand Army. While he was in the army, he happened to get into modding Arma 2, and after he attended a real-life survival training for the army, he had this idea to make an Arma mod, which then later would turn into DayZ. But like somewhere along the way he got injured and he was in the hospital, and while he was recovering he worked on this mod a lot, and at first he pitched it to the army as a training simulator but got rejected. So then he added zombies and decided to release it publicly, and when it was publicly announced and released, this actually generated insane hype for Arma 2, and the sales of Arma 2 itself went up like 5 times or something. Everybody wanted to play DayZ, you know, I mean, I don't know, it was a big deal back in the day. You know, I remember it still very well. So this DayZ Arma 2 mod itself was played by more than 2 million players, and it got so popular that the studio behind Arma 2, Bohemia Interactive, just ended up hiring Dean Hall and put him in charge of a standalone DayZ game that they were going to release, which then launched into early access in 2013, and it already sold a ton of copies, just 1 million within the first month and 3 million after a little over a year. But in 2014, Dean Hall announced that he would be leaving the studio and starting his own studio called Rocketworks, and this is where like a lot of the controversy comes from, because this left a taste and like a bad taste in a lot of people's mouth, because the perception was that Hall took all the money for this standalone and then, you know, dropped the project. The game was still in early access and there was no release date in sight, so a lot of people at the time were upset because they felt like he was abandoning the project in their eyes. But in actuality, it's not just that simple. I think he really didn't want to get stuck working on DayZ for years and years. He seems like a dude that does want to work on new things and run his own studio and not get burned out on one game, so I think there were like more personal reasons for leaving. So on that level, I kind of understand it. But the game was in early access for a long time, and it wasn't until 2018 that the 1.0 version finally released. That's 5 years of early access. You know, that was a long stretch, and like a lot of people hate on DayZ, but I think now looking back, you know, like what's been like just 4 years, 2018. It's been 8 years since DayZ actually came out. It's a good game now. You can play it, have fun, and it has like a decent player base. It also came to console. And while the base game is finished, there's still some controversy every now and then. Like in 2024, they released a DLC map for almost $30, which then caused backlash from fans. And then the Bohemian CEO got into it on Twitter, and it was just kind of a bad look. But I'm saying overall, the base game is decent and something worth experiencing at some point at least. And on the flip side though, the studio that Dean Hall founded and the reason he left did put out some games, but never anything that had anywhere close to the recognition and public hype that DayZ had. So I don't know, maybe, you know, if he stayed with the project, it would have been a different story.
Now here's an interesting thing about DayZ though. Way back in the day, when DayZ was like really popping off, I think a lot of DayZ's success came from the fact that The Walking Dead was so stupidly, insanely popular. Like 2012 through like 2015, 2016, right? It was like a new golden age for zombies in media. And The Walking Dead was definitely at the center of it. Rightfully so, because The Walking Dead during that time was kind of a banger show before it got dumb.
It was season 3, right? In 2012, I think.
Yeah, season 3, 4.
Yeah, that was still good.
Then I think it starts to go up for debate after that.
Whenever Clan died is when the show died.
I could have stopped right before that, but then I came back when that happened. Also, spoiler, Luke, for anyone who hasn't watched the show in like 9 years.
Bro, I gotta be honest, I tried rewatching Walking Dead, and I think I only made it through 4 seasons before I was like, oh, this is not that good of a rewatch.
What? Season 4 was so good.
Yeah, it was, but after that, I guess I got a little bit into season 5, but I mean, shortly after that, I was kind of like, I can't do this anymore. It's like a show my mom watches now.
Right, you know, my mom watches it too, actually. And the spin-offs and...
Fear the Walking Dead, yeah. Like, it's like a mom show, I don't know.
It definitely is like a mom show.
But, hey, I mean... No hate, just observation, you know.
Nonetheless, with that, I think like the idea of The Walking Dead being so interesting and like this world of like surviving and zombies together worked well, and then games like DayZ capitalized on it, obviously. However, back in this time, I wasn't a PC gamer. So my 2 experiences with DayZ were not with DayZ, but games that were trying to rip off DayZ. Instead of DayZ, I played this like Gary's mod version of DayZ. It was a bit scuffed. I don't remember what it was called. But I do remember I would run around for a while, and then someone would shoot me, and then I'd run around some more, and then someone else would kill me. And then that was kind of it. But from what I've heard, that's kind of pretty similar to the DayZ experience.
Yeah, I was about to say, that is the exact DayZ experience, and like, it was even worse when you tried playing with a friend, because you'd spend half an hour finding each other, and then you get killed. Right after you found each other, so.
And then I did play the indie game, and I've talked about it in some video, but it was an Xbox 360 indie game when they did those that were really cheap, called Apoc Z. And that was a wacky game. The game like barely ran on its own, like it was glitchy all the time. I remember at nighttime you couldn't even see anything. They didn't even try to make like lighting make sense in that game. But when you're on Xbox 360, it was the best you had. So you took it and you played it, and I don't remember too much. I think I had a dune buggy at one point I was driving around, and I could flip it. There was like a bunch of squeakers in that game. Kind of gave me similar vibes to that like one time we played Rust in 2016. I don't know if that's accurate, but that's what it felt like.
It was that and an episode of Naked and Afraid when we played Rust, I mean.
Oh. Yeah, I didn't know that they had like a streamer mode on where you could censor certain things.
Did they even have it back then?
I don't know. I do remember like I had a gaming channel, and I was just trying to upload Rust gameplay, and I spent like 4 hours trying to censor stuff. And I think there was probably just a mode I could have just disabled it, but oh well.
Okay, so like you know, this next one, so I just talk about PUBG, because this is like some Inception level shit, and it kind of relates to DayZ a little bit. Let's start at the very beginning of this. So there's this Irish DJ named Brendan Carini. He finds a partner, he moves to Brazil for them, they gets married, then he goes through a divorce, and he has to stay in Brazil until he saves up money to go back home. So what does he do to pass time? He plays a bunch of DayZ under the gamer tag PlayerUnknown. He didn't play that standalone version. This was back on the original Arma 2 mod. And it's important because in that mod, they hosted this tournament for streamers called Survivor Game Z. And it was a competition of 16 teams of 2 eliminating each other until only one team was standing, like a DayZ Battle Royale in 2012. But it was just like a streamer thing they would host to promote the game. And PlayerUnknown really liked these events, and after taking some more inspiration from that Battle Royale novel and the Hunger Games, he created a DayZ Battle Royale mod in 2013. Yes, he modded a mod. But then, you know, he ported it to Arma 2 and then later Arma 3 under a new name now called PlayerUnknown's Battle Royale. And I'm actually not quite sure what the exact name was because there was different things that he had worked on and he had worked with other teams as well. Like there was PlayerUnknown's Battle Royale War, there was PlayerUnknown's Street Fight, and then like he worked with a different team on a World War II thing called Iron Front Battle Royale. And then, you know, he kind of got famous off that, he got some recognition. So then there was this DayZ competitor game called H1Z1, and they hired him to consult them because they were splitting the game into two games, one staying the DayZ clone and the other one being a Battle Royale. I don't remember much about H1Z1, it's not really relevant, but I bought that game and there was something. Either I got scammed or the game was just so bad that I felt like I got scammed. I can't remember fully, but it's not really relevant to the story, right? By 2016, though, the Korean studio Bluehole was interested in him, and I think the CEO or someone was a big fan of like his mod, and they flew him out, and they just hired him as the creative director, and he started working on a standalone version of PlayerUnknown's Battle Royale. And from there, it's kind of history, you know. PUBG released into early access in 2017, massive success. It predated Fortnite, was like the first viral Battle Royale, I would say, if we don't count Minecraft Hunger Games. And actually, PUBG was so successful, it's the highest peak player count on Steam with over 3 million players ever. Like that is an insane achievement. And then, you know, bunch of like different games spawned from this, like PUBG Mobile has crazy numbers, like hugely popular worldwide, and PUBG is still like number 2 or 3 on Steam at all times. Like it's a massive success. And actually PlayerUnknown did step down and founded his own studio called PlayerUnknown Productions, and they started making their own engine and a bunch of technology, and I think they're working on an open world survival game at the moment called Prologue, but it's like an early access and they're just like working on that. Nothing came from that yet that is as big as PUBG. And I mean, how do you follow that up? You know what I mean? How do you follow up the success of PUBG? I guess you can't, right?
I do remember that hype. Like that I think every person who was around gaming during the time of Battle Royale games, like whether it was Fortnite or PUBG, like that first like win you get in a Battle Royale is like cemented in your brain. I remember when we started playing PUBG, because we started with PUBG before Fortnite even came out, right? At the beginning, we were like, a win's never gonna happen. Like it's just like something is so rare, like the odds of it happening is so rare. And it's like, then we finally won and we're like, oh, we did it. But then it's like, you fast forward a few months and there's like streamers who are like winning like 15, 20 times a day every other game or something. And you're like, oh, I guess it's not as rare as I thought. I don't know, I think my first game I got like 27th place and I was thrilled. I was like, I can't believe I outlasted all these like 70 other people. Like the fact that the game alone had 100 people in it was like not a
Bro, PlayerUnknown Battleground was a different
so,
time.
like, that was a big deal in its own right.
I
PUBG
miss it
definitely
so
innovated
much.
way faster than it did in its first year, but that like feeling of things how it was early on was pretty cool. The one thing though I will not forgive them for was that they changed their main menu music between the early access and the release. And I think you told me that you can now listen to the...
No, you can change it.
You can change it, right, but they just shouldn't have changed it in the first place. That killed it for me. They shouldn't have
Summer
moved the
Island
spawns
Mocha.
around where you don't have all 99 people or 100 people in the same area at spawn. I don't know if they ever reverted that change, but I do remember that being a change, and I was like, this is dumb. Because of the chaos in the little lobby in the island before the game started was part of it.
Also, the prox chat, I think they turned off by default when at the beginning it was on by. And then like it took them years to do things like the shoes thing, right? They eventually made it so like your shoes, like whether you wear shoes or barefoot doesn't matter. But like at the beginning you had to take your shoes off because you would be louder. Like, I don't know, it's just like, but they took forever to fix that, but then they mess up all these other things, I don't know. Just stupid. Since you talked about the first win, do you remember our first win? I think the only win actually in Black Ops 4's Battle Royale? Blackout?
Yeah, it actually is funny that you bring that up because I can remember like, I was like, I don't remember what wins we've had in other Battle Royale games. And then you say Blackout, and I'm like, I just remember us in the Nuketown bunker by the cave and like grenades flying through the air and not knowing what was happening or how we won. Did we end up killing anyone, or did they just die to the circle?
No, I think they just died to the circle and we just won.
We were just hiding in the bunker like under Nuketown by like a cliff, and we just outlasted.
Yeah, we're scared.
Dub's a dub.
Dub's a dub.
Yeah. Man, we were cool.
There are two more notable games that came from the Gold Source engine. The first one was Insurgency, which started in 2002 as a Half-Life 1 mod called Modern Warfare, and then was moved to the Source engine in 2003, and eventually renamed Insurgency Modern Infantry Combat. And it wasn't until 2008 when that released, but it was successful, and they started working on a sequel in the Source engine called Insurgency 2. They tried crowdfunding this through Kickstarter, but that campaign like failed. It didn't raise nearly enough money, and then they ended up just renaming it to Insurgency and releasing it into early access, and it did well there. And then that got a sequel called Insurgency Sandstorm, and that's the one we actually played.
Right, with Cheeseburger.
Did we play with Cheeseburger? I thought we played without him, but
I think I played with Cheeseburger at least once. I think I remember him like yelling at someone.
And then there's another one, and this one actually is one of my favorite horror games when I was a teenager. I remember playing this game quite a bit actually, and it's called Cry of Fear. And partly the reason I played it is because it was free on Steam, which back then it was kind of nice. And partly because in a weird way it felt like an alternate timeline source engine version of Silent Hill and Resident Evil. If all of those were set in like Sweden and it was all depressing, I don't know. Like that's what the game is like. It was made by a small team of people from Sweden, and it was released as a Half-Life 1 mod in 2012 originally. But then in 2013, Valve randomly updated Half-Life 1 to be more compatible with Linux, which then broke the mod, and they couldn't really fix it. So they got in contact with Valve and then figured out a way to release it as a free standalone game on Steam, running on that Half-Life 1 engine before Valve updated it. So that's how we got this free standalone game from this little mod.
Okay, I want to talk about probably my favorite game that we're going to be looking at today. Hands down, a game I went in with zero expectation, did not know about the mod beforehand, where it originated from. I only played the standalone version of the game, and I was so thoroughly intrigued, impressed, and enjoyed my time with the game. I am happy I get to talk about it. But the game's called The Forgotten City, and I played this on Xbox of 4 years ago or something like that, and I still think about it from time to time. It was on Game Pass back then. I don't think it is on Game Pass anymore, but this game actually started off as a Skyrim mod. One of the biggest Skyrim mods, like across Nexus, Steam Workshop, and Bethesda. It had 3 million downloads, and essentially it was a full standalone story experience. There was like a new city it took place in. It's like this underground type thing. There was puzzles and a really interesting narrative. However, with the popularity of this game mod, the guy who made the mod was like, yo, I'm gonna make my own game studio. And I think he mostly did it solo, but he straight up developed a standalone version of the game that ditched Skyrim altogether, and they moved things to ancient Rome. He built the game in Unreal Engine 4 and then like doubled the script altogether, added more endings, and really fleshed things out to be its own experience. And honestly, it's really, really cool. Without going into spoilers, because it is a story-heavy game. And I think that a lot of people who are watching this video probably haven't played The Forgotten City, and I think this could be a good opportunity if you're looking for a good story game to play. Check something out, especially if you're interested in like ancient Rome stuff, but even if not. If you like time travel, you might like this. Sometimes it goes on sale on Steam for like $6 at the time of recording it. That's what it is right now. I'm kind of glazing this game, but like, it's a good game. So the premise is essentially this: you're some normal dude from like modern times. You just like show up in ancient Rome and you're like, what's going on here? And there's like these gold statues of dead people all over the place. As it turns out, there's this golden rule in the city. If anybody in the city commits a sin, the city is doomed. And essentially everybody will be turned to like these golden statues. And you can see the statues of other civilizations that had lived there before. During this day, inevitably somebody will commit a sin. And it's up to you to figure out who is going to commit the sin and stop it from happening. If you fail to do so, you reset the time and your character is essentially trapped in a time loop. So the only way to escape the time loop is to stop all sinning from happening. It gets deep, there's twists and turns, and it's just such a cool premise of a game, especially like a narrative-driven game. I think he really did a good job at like writing a story where this like time loop element feels fun and you're engaged and you're intrigued by the story and all these like little things, and you're like, oh, this is what I need to do to stop this from happening. I don't know, there's a couple of little like quality of life things that were programmed in that made it a lot easier. Like once you've like set something up or you've changed the timeline multiple times and you're still going through the loop and you're progressing, you can like get this one guy to go and like run and do all the tasks. So you don't have to like repeat yourself doing the same thing over and over again, but you can still do the same thing over and over again if you're making progress. And it's just really cool. And the story was good. There was like different endings, but you can keep going and getting the other endings because you're in a time loop. It was just a really satisfying experience all over. I'm just really impressed that this game started off as just like a Skyrim mod and then it branched out to be a really, really good game. I'm surprised more people didn't play it. It could have worked on the marketing maybe. The cover art for the game is not, in my opinion, good. Like, it's pretty boring. Like it is a stale box art. I don't think it's like going to capture people and be like, oh, look at this game. That's like the smallest problem it could have, right? Like, it's a good game at the end of the day, so definitely recommend. If anybody checks it out because of this video, come back to this video after starting it or finishing it and comment and tell me what you think, because I am actually genuinely curious what experiences people had. Don't put spoilers in the comments though. Now, earlier I talked a little bit about Unturned and how it came from Roblox, but what if we talked about a game that came out of Minecraft? There's actually a couple examples of this, but we're only going to talk about a few here. There's a game called Vintage Story, which actually is pretty interesting. It's very much so inspired by Minecraft, but it started off as a Minecraft mod called Vintage Craft, which first was released in 2015, and essentially it was a hardcore Minecraft mod made by a developer known as Tyron Madliner. This was pretty cool. It was essentially a Minecraft mod if you were like the hardest of hardcore players and you're looking for something really challenging, you wanted that difficult experience, this was one you could check out. With the way that the mod was set up, things that you would usually be able to do relatively quickly in Minecraft were just like a lot harder. And I think for what it was, people really did enjoy it. But obviously with anytime you're working on a mod within another game, there are limitations of what you can do. And building a game like this within Minecraft and the confines of Minecraft do have its own limitations, and it gets harder to do more things with it. So with his experience though, working on Vintage Craft, he actually ended up getting a job at Hypixel Studio to start work on Hytale, which in itself is going to be this whole other journey we're going to go on in a minute. But we'll get to Hytale in a second, because Hytale's interesting in its own right. After he got the job working on Hytale, he realized he didn't really want to work on Hytale anymore. So he ended up quitting that and he started his own small game studio. They decided they were going to start making their own game called Vintage Story, which was fully inspired by the concepts and ideas that they had created for the Minecraft mod Vintage Craft. Vintage Story did end up seeing a release in 2016 into early access strictly through their website, which is surprising that they never went ahead to like release it on a bigger platform, but maybe that is something down the road. But also this is like 2016 that this released into early access. You don't feel too optimistic about games that have been in early access for like 10 years, right? Like no matter how exciting the early days of the game launching is. Yeah, I don't know. Is there any new updates on this? Do you know of, Luke?
Yeah, I think they're still doing like pretty regular updates and it's moving along. But yeah, it is definitely slower. But I do think they're a very small team.
Is there a big modding community for that? There is a modding community. There is some stuff going on still with that game. I don't think it's a dead community. It's probably just maybe a little more niche. Maybe very niche. But it's still there. There's people making content on it on YouTube even, and that's cool. Good for them. Now, what's interesting is when Hytale ended up getting canceled before it was later like revived and whatnot, he ended up hiring some of the ex-developers of Hypixel to come over and work on another game that he was working on called Project Glint, which would be an RPG-styled game. Maybe it was their own attempt to make a Hytale-styled game. Now, while this was before the revival, they are still working on this, but we don't know when that's going to come out. Now, we should talk about Hytale, which also in its way started as a Minecraft mod, kind of. See, Hypixel was known as being one of the biggest Minecraft servers, period. The amount of mini games that have been played on there is probably unheard of. I just remember at Minecraft's like multiple peaks it's had over the years, I feel like this server in particular was still always on top of it. Like, I didn't play too much PC Minecraft, but the few months I did here and there, and I played like the online aspects and looked at servers, Hypixel just had it going on. Like, if you wanted to play something, you went on Hypixel. That's just given, right? With that being so successful, they were like kind of racking in some money, but then Minecraft was like changing up policies on how like revenue could be earned, and at the same time Hypixel was like, hey, we're talented, why don't like we make our own game? They decided to like bootstrap their own video game project altogether. So in 2015 they decided to start constructing their own custom game engine based on concepts that they thought would work based off of all of their experiences on the Hypixel server. They made the official announcement to Hytale in 2018, and this video blew up. Like, it went viral. There was so much excitement because Hypixel had a good reputation in the Minecraft community, and the trailer still to this day looks really, really good. After that, the studio ended up getting acquired by Riot Games in 2021 and then fell into one of the biggest development hells we've ever seen in gaming. Like, it's up there in the top 10 all time, right? Easily. Constantly, they were changing the scope of what they wanted to do. I think feature creep was one of the biggest factors. They just wanted to do everything under the sun, and they kept adding things, and then like years into development they were like, you know what, let's start over. And they're like, we're gonna build a new engine, and we're gonna build something else in there. They were doing like updates like on a yearly basis, or maybe like every 6 months or something, and you'd read it and they were like, we made the decision to restart the engine, we're in the process of rebuilding the engine, we're in the process of thinking about how we're gonna backport our stuff from the old engine into the new engine, we might eventually get to testing at some point in the future, we're getting ready to start porting things from the old engine into the new engine, we're almost ready to start porting things from the old engine into the new engine. It was like constantly just like, they were just not moving the needle. Like, it was ridiculous, slightly amusing, because I did keep up to date with this game, because like at some point you stop being excited and you're just more like morbidly curious as to what is going on behind closed doors. There was a lot of key staff members who were there in the early days of Hytale, and obviously were really motivated, and the build that we saw in the 2018 trailer looked good. Like, it looked like there was some serious progress made at some point along the way, and a lot of those key people did end up leaving over the years because of disagreements with the studio. So finally, in 2025, the game ended up getting canceled. I assume Riot Games just kind of pulled the plug on it. However, one of the original creators repurchased the rights to Hytale, which led to a revival. They decided to resume development on the game, but they were going to start by building off of that older build of the game, not the whole like brand new engine restart that they did years later. So surprisingly enough, it didn't really take all that long. The game released in early access earlier this year and is now available to the public to purchase and play, which is interesting because it just means that for all of those years Hytale was in development hell, they had a version of the game that was obviously close to being playable because like they just like were like, oh, we purchased the rights, and a few months later, really, the game was in early access in a playable state that people could play. What were they doing? I thought it was a terrible decision when it sounded like they were restarting development to do a new engine years into development already back then, and obviously it was. They should have released their game, built the community out, and then if they wanted to work on a sequel or an update or something later, they could have done that on the side. But they just completely fumbled the ball. And I mean, what does that say though, right? Like, they were a game studio, they got a ton of funding, but had no actual experience developing a game, and I think it backfired, and that's it. I don't know.
They kind of kept fucking themselves over too.
It's so annoying. We've talked about Hytale so much before, but like, it is so annoying reading through their updates and everything that all those decisions that they're making. It's crazy. And a huge shout out to our patrons and YouTube members for making videos like this possible. These long form videos couldn't be done without you guys. If you're new, make sure you're subscribed, turn on notifications and stuff. If you're on TV watching, make sure you're subscribed. I know it's like 2 extra steps, but it makes our videos more likely to like pop up in your recommended or your autoplay or something like that. And we make bangers. I don't know. All right. See you guys next time.
What's up, FSM? Why did I just know? Bam, bam.
Tyler Catastrophe is a 27-year-old TikToker from Dallas, Texas. While making a meager living doing art, design work, and activism, they've recently gone viral due to an unhealthy parasocial relationship with a former Minecraft YouTuber.
I have had a crush on Will Gold since 2019 when I heard him laugh in the background of someone else's video, and it felt like life itself leaned in to listen.
This one-sided obsession grew so strong that Tyler was turning down relationships and allegedly trying to move across the Atlantic Ocean to live closer to Wilbur. But once their account went viral, this fascination ultimately ultimately turned from Tyler being interested in Wilbur to the internet learning more about Tyler's past.
I have a lot to say, there's a lot you need to know, and apologies that need to be made.
This is the cautionary tale of Tyler Catastrophe and the dangers of parasocial relationships. Before Standing Wilbur Soot was Tyler's claim to fame, the lore was already being built up. You see, prior to all of the cringe in the Western Hemisphere clumping together on TikTok, it was collected in a little corner of the internet known as Tumblr. In the mid-2010s, Tumblr was seen as the manhole, or they-hole to be inclusive, from which all kinds of online insanity crawled out. Whenever you saw someone joke about weeaboos, furries, or bronies, you knew they were talking about something coming from Tumblr. It pains me to say that ultimately, Tyler Catastrophe is another of its unfortunate alumni. Before there was a Tyler Salona, there was an Emily. I'm not going to say the last name here, but it is relevant to say that their real surname is not Salona. But you may wonder why it's relevant to even point this out, which gets us into the first interesting detail in the Tyler Catastrophe universe. As funny as it is to joke about nowadays, Tyler happens to be the kind of white American who dislikes or finds their own actual ethnicity boring, so they make something up about their identity to make it more interesting and exotic. One of the first manifestations of this was when Tyler made a post asking anyone from Greek Tumblr if anyone was interested in having an LGBT American friend who wanted to move to Greece. They had a fixation on Greece, which I think is what led to Salona being picked as the last name, given it's a Greek name that means wise, and versions of it are also the names of an ancient city as well as a philosopher. It's one thing to just like a culture a lot, or even prefer it over your own for aesthetics or whatever reason. It's another to try and actually pretend you're something you're not because you just dislike being seen as a run-of-the-mill white person, which seems to be what's going on here. Here's one Tumblr post that Tyler made. One thing I hate about being white passing is that I feel so incredibly separated from the culture that I could be a part of if people didn't assume I was white or that I was lying when I tell them I'm actually half Portuguese. I'll stop right now to say what probably most of you are thinking. Portuguese is still white. You're not white passing, you're white. Portugal is in Europe. That's a European ethnicity. The people there are white. Cristiano Ronaldo is white. The Portuguese can enter Agartha. Ronaldo is a creation of the great scientist Jakub.
That is a white child. That is Caucasian from the mountains of Caucasus. That is a Slavic baby, a Viking from Iceland.
I strongly doubt that anyone would ever say,
No, there's no way you're half Portuguese. You look too white.
most Americans can't even differentiate between Spain and Portugal on a map. In what world does Tyler live where they're getting treated as a second-class citizen and singled out for being Portuguese? Also, not to nitpick too much, but you can look atypical for your nationality and still identify with it and represent it without any issue. You don't see Canelo Alvarez talking about how he feels less Mexican. But I've learned from Tumblr that I'm supposed to be quiet when a person of color is speaking. Or in this case, a half-Portuguese white American born and raised in Oklahoma. My siblings and I have the exact same parents, but my little sister looks Hispanic and I'm a carbon copy of my pasty red-headed mother. We went to Mexico as kids for a family reunion, and Border Patrol tried to accuse us of smuggling my sister over the border because of how dark she got in a week we were there, while my brother and I burned like lobsters. And I assume that after this, everybody stood up and clapped. And that little sister's name was Albert Einstein. I'm not gonna go out on a limb here and say that Tyler is straight up lying, but this kind of smells like a tall tale to me, especially because of how it ends. A coworker and I went to get dinner after work, and I complimented a guy's jacket, and we were exchanging pleasantries, as one does, and I have no idea what made him ask, but he asked if I was from Mexico, and when I told him that no, I'm actually Portuguese, he was super interested and said that made sense, which, one, no one has ever asked me if I was anything other than white, and two, I was so overwhelmed with gratitude for that moment that I ended up thanking him for making my night as I left. I feel like I'm having a tiny little stroke whenever the implication is made that Portuguese is not white. I don't think anyone, even super online scientific racism people, consider the Portuguese non-white. So it really boggles me to see Tyler Catastrophe of all people make the distinction here as if it mattered. I'm also slightly disturbed by the notion that being acknowledged as something other than white gives Tyler feelings of overwhelming gratitude. 2 decades ago, white people used to pretend to be Japanese and study the blade just because they liked anime, or they wore their hats backwards because they liked 50 Cent.
You happen to be white. I'm talking.
Now we have people trying to act like they're exotic because their dad is half Portuguese or something. How far have we fallen?
You are white! He's white!
Now, this would be stupid and funny enough on its own, but this Portuguese business is actually just the tip of the iceberg. If you go through Tyler's TikTok and Instagram posts, you repeatedly find these odd references to looking white. Tyler even uses brown emojis to signal non-whiteness, as well as making Tumblr posts like this one. In Oklahoma, you learn how to square dance in first grade for some reason. We also had Land Run Day every year. A land run was basically where the white settlers all lined up one day and raced to claim previously native land for their families. Oklahoma was originally native reservation, then was taken away again, making it stolen twice. So basically, they would have a bunch of toddlers dressed like cowboys and pull a bunch of wagons into an empty field to claim land and have a picnic, basically teaching a bunch of white kids how fun it is to colonize. And they even stayed true to the original and picked kids to be the Sooners, who basically cheated the system and claimed land before the start time. I didn't realize this was a weird only in Oklahoma thing until I was 21 and moved to Texas. So, you know, white people are weird. I will say right now that I'm no history buff, but it is pretty ironic that Tyler picked Portuguese as the ethnicity they'd LARP about, considering that before England took over everything, Portugal and Spain split the non-European world half and half for the purposes of colonization. Well, actually, given that Mediterranean Europeans aren't white in Tyler's mind, I guess this was actually a case of black on black crime or something. Leave it to a late Tumblrina to take issue with a bunch of kids playing cowboys and running around at school. The cherry on top of this weird obsession of Tyler's with ethnicity is it turns out that it's directly intertwined with their beliefs about gender. Although Tyler has stopped talking about it for the last few years, Tyler is a self-professed two-spirit, which is a historically debated concept that Native American tribes had some kind of third gender concept, which has now been revived by more recent LGBTQ movements. Additionally, Tyler claims that their aunt, who is Native, I assume Native American, unless we're talking about the Portuguese again, gave them the two-spirit pass, because apparently you have to be some degree of Native to call yourself one.
And referring to myself as two-spirit as a way of honoring the weight of my own soul and the way it guides me home, with the blessing of my deadliest auntie, by the way, is something that you would consider morally corrupt, then I don't think we will ever understand each other.
I think any tomahawk-wielding, tobacco-smoking chief, regardless of tribe, would not jive well with this stuff, but whatever. The mind of the modern Portuguese Oklahoman two-spirit truly is an enigma. Indians as a whole are sort of an enigma. No, not the Native Americans. I mean true Indians. In the summer of 1926, my great-grandfather, Turkey Thomas III, traveled all the way from his home country of Bulgaria to the far eastern lands of India. He was in search of a spice, but not just any spice. He was in search of swag. He spent his entire life questing for it, but sadly passed away
If I pre-fire call out that it's an ad.
Years after his expedition, I have come to the Far East once again, and I'm glad to say that I have found this elusive swag, available only at turkeytom.shop. We have a long sleeve and a short sleeve available for pre-order right now. These are not
I'll let homie get his bread.
merch clothes. This is high quality stuff. And the designs were created with the intention of making just clothes in general, so you don't have to explain what kind of autism you have in real life. I'd say the t-shirt is more of a gym shirt. I wear mine to the gym, and the white one is more just for everyday use. I use it for twerking on Grindr. The designer SB put a lot of time into making them as good as possible, and he did a really, really good job as always. The designs here are extremely detailed. We have sort of a Y2K aesthetic going on mixed with modern internet aesthetics. A little bit of old with a little bit of the new. So if you want some cool clothes and you want to support the channel, then check out the pre-order at turkeytom.shop.
Welcome.
Brought to you by the Taj Mahal.
These
and
rounds
if you don't, then thanks for watching the videos
crazy
regardless.
length,
Now,
man.
back to your regularly scheduled programming. It's not a one-off either. There's other times Tyler is speaking on traditional native dances and ceremonies and referring to native cultures as ours. I know it's a meme for white people who are 1/16th native to make that their personality, but in this case, it's literally just what is happening. With that being said, a lot of Tyler's audience was not okay with them using the term two-spirit, so Tyler revoked this status so as not to offend any Native Americans. Despite the decision, to this day, Tyler claims to have Oklahoma-rooted Native American connections.
But if there's one thing I hold to be absolutely true, is that the land remembers her people. And while there is a lot to be said about the generations of breeding out the savage, quote-unquote, something I hate saying, and the very racist intentions of blood quantum, but when it comes to me personally, the land I was born to holds a great deal of importance to me. When I'm sure of nothing else, I'm sure of where I come from. And somewhere in the years of educating myself and learning the stories and the histories and finding the truths and the lies I was taught, I found the ways of my home.
I've yet to hear Tyler name the specific tribe, probably because this native stuff is vibes-based and has no actual backing. This emphasis on being a native even spilled over into Tyler's professional life. Although I use the word professional pretty loosely here, since we're talking about a TikToker who makes bead bracelets for a living. According to what seems to be a DM from Tyler, their bead making is motivated by their wish to bring a higher value back to an ancient art form that a lot of people overlook. I don't think selling bead bracelets on Etsy is an ancient art form, but who am I to say? On one hand, I'm a YouTuber who makes videos on people who stick objects up their butt, so I'm not exactly the definition of a professional. But then again, my job also makes me a specialist on absolutely meaningless drivel. And to me, Tyler's career here definitely fits that bill. Now, a TikToker named Tim Stratford's wife, I honestly have no idea what is going on anymore. This TikToker bought one of Tyler's bracelets because, as she puts it in her video, she fell for Tyler's "I'm a trans man in Texas being discriminated against, and I need you to buy my stuff so I can move out" narrative.
How you
According
doing,
to her,
AJ?
the items were very expensive, with her saying one of them cost her an entire paycheck. But despite their costs, the quality was terrible. One of them instantly broke apart, another arrived already shriveled up and had to be pulled extremely tight in order to be usable. And if that wasn't inconvenient enough, this TikToker discovered that it was only the case because Tyler likes to model their creations before they're sold, meaning they were adapted to Tyler's size, which was significantly larger. And on top of all these defects, some of the rows of beads were missing or screwed up. And oddly
You
enough,
just reminded
she
me I
claims
had
that the
to
bracelets were
change the
greasy,
volume
which
of
I
everything.
can only assume is the result of Tyler's modeling.
It came greasy, like, and I thought this was a shipping issue, but no, it is, like, genuinely just, like, it is greasy. Like, I feel the grease residue on my fingers right now.
Imagine priding yourself on your work as much as Tyler does, only for the reputation of your work to be that it's covered in grease. Must be sad for anyone not named Colonel Sanders. But I don't mean to reduce Tyler to a bead stringer. We're dealing with a much more all-around, jack-of-all-trades type of artist. Back before Tyler became two-spirited, around the time of the pandemic, Emily was a singer. And according to a Tumblr post, they'd even auditioned for The Voice when they were 15. While they didn't make it on the show, they went back for more 6 years later when they were 21. Unfortunately, I can't find any footage of their auditions for the show, but this is just one of Tyler's many talents. On Tyler Catastrophe's art shop, you can find pretty much every kind of hodgepodge imaginable. So much so that it would be too much to name all of the categories of items laid out here. But to focus on what Tyler offers
I hope you've been well,
only
Goat.
tells half the story.
Sorry, I'm not
as the
talking
other
that
half
much.
is what's mentioned by the girl who bought the bracelets. The real engine that makes the bracelets and the paintings fly off the shelves is that Tyler has spent years farming up pity from people online in a variety of different ways. One of the telltale signs that someone is bound to become the laughingstock of the internet is that they chronically overshare and offer up way too much information about their personal lives for no gain whatsoever. Case in point, Tyler's life objective has been to share as many details as possible about themselves online for, one note on Tumblr.
Like, if you're a broke boy, just say so.
This particular post is a long, drawn-out, symbolic letter to Tyler's dad, basically laying out how he ran out on his family in minute detail. As I understand it, he went to a bar and didn't tell anyone, and hid a gun in the house, which Tyler takes issue with because none of them are mentally stable enough to be around one. But things escalated pretty quickly, as Tyler's dad is first described as hitting his wife and then dragging her around with his truck and nearly running her over. Tyler then goes on to say that this traumatic event caused them to have trust issues with men, which is highlighted by Tyler being, quote, nearly raped. I'm not going to make light of or even question this claim, but I will say that generally, I don't think sharing this type of stuff with strangers online is good for you. But ultimately, it is Tyler's choice. Regardless, Tyler talks about how their dad leaving led to a lack of trust in men generally, and then repeatedly says that their dad chose a gun over his family.
Let's go.
At the tail end of the post, Tyler references being on psychiatric meds, and at the top, there's a drawing about abandonment.
That's what
There's
we like
also
to
one
hear.
other old Tumblr post about Tyler's dad, which accuses him of faking disabilities. I hate seeing my biological father in public with his fake service dog when I am very actually disabled, and know that if it was a real service dog for the tasks he says it performs, he would lose his driver's license and his job. It's always something with that man. He has Tourette's syndrome like I do, but he says that she's for seizures. She isn't. They bought a vest and a random lot of patches on Amazon, and that dog is dumber than a box of rocks. It's so embarrassing. It's interesting that Tyler is accusing their dad of pretending or exaggerating exaggerating his disability for sympathy, because we'll come back to this topic later. On the other hand, we also have Tyler's mom, who is described as a bit of a gaslighter narcissist type. In the same post that Tyler says their paintings are worth $1,000. Do you really think that the originals for any of these paintings are worth $1,000?
So some rando, aka the art collector expert, just told me that $1,800, $1,800 was way too much to pay for this gorgeous piece of art right here that literally took me a year and is 4 feet tall. So that guy, it's $32,000 now.
Who is this guy?
Yeah, that's how I want to live my life now.
The last piece of info about Tyler's family that they provide on Tumblr is that besides a brother and sister,
do you know Wilbur Soot? He was like a Minecraft YouTuber.
Yeah.
This guy apparently becomes like obsessed with him, like very uncomfortably obsessed with him.
assume are biological and children of the same dad. There's also a stepbrother who, according to Tyler, is black and suffered discrimination by southern middle-aged white ladies. Just so we're in the clear here, counting Tyler, that's 4 siblings, counting the ones that aren't blood related. Yet, in the post about Tyler's mom, she supposedly has 10 kids. Either this woman has been pumping out Oklahomans like there won't be a tomorrow, or Tyler deliberately avoids explaining that his mom just remarried someone else with a bunch of kids so that his family sounds more like Encanto. But it's when we get to around age 20 that the story gets to a pretty interesting wrinkle. You see, on Tyler's old Tumblr, there are a few posts like this one. Being disabled in the very specific way that I am is so strange. Like, I can't bend over, I'm in a constant level of pain at all times, and my body just stops breathing if I'm not actively telling it to. But I'm still very capable of lifting heavy objects, if their starting point isn't on the floor, or even going on moderate length hikes if I have a cane handy. So like, I think I could carry a few of my wheelchair-using friends in the event of an emergency. But there's also a thought that I'll probably be a wheelchair user by the time I'm 30. I don't know, man. Life is weird. Don't get hit by cars. This is the second time I've made a video.
I can't think of anybody that could just fucking dry pick up a wheelchair. Like that,
people.
I know it's a thing.
Of my wheelchair-using friends. And
I know that's a thing. I'm not trying to say it's not. Like that, I know that it's probably very physically possible, and I think I have seen it. But like, dude, you have to be so strong to do that.
The point of it is to advertise that Tyler's been in a bad car crash that has severely affected their life. In another post, more specifics are provided, with Tyler saying that the surgeons put their shattered rib cage back together.
No, it's not.
He can no longer bend over at the waist without feeling extreme pain, on top of chronic pain where Tyler feels like they're being stabbed from the inside every few days. Based on the dates, this surgery took place in late 2019, which leads me to think the car crash also happened around that time. And in an Instagram post which featured Tyler, more details about the crash were given. Tyler was hit by an SUV in 2019, leaving him physically impaired. He is now missing a rib, has 2 titanium ribs, and suffers from chronic pain. On a podcast, Tyler retold this story, adding the information that they had been riding on a bike and there was no traffic light, which technically made the accident their fault. Because of the amount of information
No, I completely understand. I got up early.
I'm
gonna see how long I can rock it.
And with a matching description
just because I'm happy that I have double XP, so I'm just maxing out weapons.
We can find some things that Tyler neglects to mention or outright says the opposite of. The crash
True.
wasn't just labeled Tyler's fault because of some technicality. Tyler failed to yield the right of way. It's also worth mentioning that the vehicle Tyler got in a crash with had a 7-year-old girl in it. Lastly, and this I'm actually dubious on, Tyler was apparently unlicensed, or at least didn't have their license with them when the crash went down. All of this is to point out that Tyler was clearly in the wrong in this situation, yet spent years making themselves out to be the victim.
Jealous.
It obviously sucks that Tyler got injured, and that
I'm almost out of my
wax.
wax.
But the other driver did not do anything wrong,
And
at least according to this report. In a Tumblr post about it, Tyler says, "I was hit by an SUV while riding in October. People who ride for thrills
I
forget
still
that
gotta
car
pay
drivers who
him.
don't also ride aren't trained to look for or even see motorcyclists, and they put everyone on the road in danger. In fact, most motorcyclists don't have motorcycle licenses and don't have the skills to avoid risk, and way too many riders seek it out. out. I'm gonna say here that there's a chance Tyler's actually being self-aware, and this is basically from the perspective of someone who has been reckless while riding a bike. But ever since the accident, Tyler has always put an apostrophe and tried to justify why they weren't actually at fault for the crash. So I don't think that's what's happening here. For some reason, Tyler doesn't see the irony in talking about how some unlicensed bikers are reckless, when that's exactly why they got hit by an SUV in 2019. Besides the story of the crash itself conflicting with Tyler's claims, there's also the after effects, which Tyler has spent years bringing up, even blaming the crash on why they lost their singing voice, or being told by doctors they'd never sing again. Tyler also says that this crash caused PTSD so severe that it completely went away in less than a year, and Tyler went right back to riding his motorcycle by August of 2020. To add insult to injury, in 2021, Tyler wrote this post. So, a giant truck rear-ended my motorcycle today, and I'm really glad I saw him coming and held the brake a bit longer than normal because I almost ended up in the middle of a no-light intersection. The only real damage was a reflector on my license plate, but I was pretty shaken because the PTSD from my last crash is still pretty fresh. But the driver was an older black gentleman, and he was super apologetic and explained that his brakes had been acting up and that he misjudged the distance and handed me a $100 bill. I'm honestly just glad he hit me and not some other white person because I know a lot of people in the Dallas area would have immediately called the police, and I know I would never involve the cops in anything I do. I just hope he takes it as a sign to get his brakes fixed because I have a feeling that he won't get so lucky twice. I should probably light a candle. Once again, I must ask the question, what does race have to do with any of this? Why is it even being brought up that the truck driver is black? Why is it being brought up that any other white person would have called the cops? Tyler's making it out as if this truck driver isn't driving around with busted brakes and rear-ended the bike. I can't think of a greater example of the bike cuck mentality than getting rear-ended, and your first thought is, I'm glad this happened to me and not some racist white person, because then this black truck driver who rear-ended me would get in trouble. The cherry on top of this story is you have to consider Tyler wrote this and posted it to Tumblr, again, to advertise how much of an ally they are, that they won't even complain about getting rear-ended if a black person does it. Jokes aside, this whole crash thing was one of Tyler's last notable Tumblr posts, because from this point onwards, they took their business over to TikTok. Their first available posts on the platform are pretty much the same as what they ended up posting there since. Complaining about life a lot, promoting homemade jewelry, and hopping on whatever audio is trending on TikTok at that moment. Even if Tyler didn't get into a bunch of controversies later on, these videos are entertaining enough to get a bunch of traction, because some of it is unbelievable.
Random people used to come up to me on the street and tell me that the way that I looked is how they pictured Jolene from the Dolly Parton song Jolene.
But it wasn't all hate. One of their videos about paintbrushes got a ton of views and engagement, as well as one showing a painting inspired by a now deceased Minecraft YouTuber named Technoblade. But as you can imagine, combining the attention from the TikTok communities revolving around art, Minecraft YouTubers, and social issues, the fanbase Tyler grew was pretty sensitive when it comes to hot topic issues. Naturally, the more attention Tyler got, the higher a standard they were held to. And this generally leads to an almost inevitable fall from grace. At some point, Tyler decided to capitalize on the fan base that was slowly coming together on TikTok, and this materialized into crowdfunding. Tyler wanted to raise money to purchase a suit to attend a wedding, and it actually worked. So Tyler got to thinking bigger. And this is when we get into another fascination, England. After all, Tyler does come from Tumblr, and those people have had a very strange fascination with England ever since the website started. In the 2010s, this was so prominent that a new term was created to describe Americans who fetishize being British. Teaboos. In 2022, Tyler visited the country and was overtaken by a strong sense of culture shock, talking about how amazing it is. Advertisements are way more pleasant here. Even the YouTube ads? And we all know how anti-ad I am, but it was nice to see. English people have a tendency to become immediately flabbergasted if I compliment them or offer assistance of any kind. I plan to do it more just so they become a little less surprised when people are kind. I told my mother I had fallen in love with England and wanted to move permanently. With this newfound appreciation for the British also came fantasies of dating a European hunk and living there. Except there was one major issue. Tyler is broke.
If you're a broke boy, just say so.
Well, not really, because if you can afford to live comfortably enough that you spend all of your time recording TikToks and stringing beats together, you're not actually broke. But basically, Tyler needed some cash to fulfill their British dreams. Specifically, $22,000, which led to the launch of a GoFundMe. So far, no issue. I I believe it's anyone's right to shake their coffee can at strangers online, no matter how silly their dreams may be. However, it's when you purposely mislead your potential donors that things start to get questionable. Here's how the description of the fundraiser reads. Hi friends, my name is Tyler and I'm a disabled transgender artist from Oklahoma, currently stuck in Texas. I've been given an amazing opportunity to move to England and further my art career, and considering everything that's currently working against my safety here, I'm doing everything I can to make it happen. I don't want to have to live in exhaustion and fear for the rest of whatever life I have left, and I'm hoping that it isn't too much to ask for. So if anyone is at all willing and able, I would greatly appreciate any cent of support that could possibly help. This fundraiser will help with bills, medications, updated documents, moving fees, plane tickets, and finding housing once I'm able to. This opportunity means the world to me, and I'm hoping that once I'm stable enough, I'll be able to help others as well. Now, this sounds relatively harmless, all things considered. At most, you can say that Tyler has a penchant to lean too heavily into the I'm endangered narrative to try and guilt trip people into paying up. The way I see it, the greatest threat to Tyler's well-being is not Texas. Instead, it's the red Yamaha and intersections without traffic lights. What isn't true is the part where Tyler says they got an opportunity to move to England and further a career in the arts. On TikTok, Tyler spoke about a job offer that came during the first tourist visit to England in 2022.
But the actual job itself will be in an art studio with a group of just amazing artists who run a nonprofit, and I'll be able to make things and just do all the things that I do for myself just on a larger level.
But according to Tyler, the offer fell through at the last minute. Like most half-truth merchants, Tyler expects people to simply not follow up or question the things being said on the TikToks. So they keep talking about this dream job opportunity until every last drop of sympathy can be squeezed out of the audience without ever actually explaining what the job was supposed to be. Because of course, the more details that Tyler provided, the clearer it became that this whole thing is a lie. In 2025, Tyler decided to do the opposite of coming clean, and instead accuses the people who supposedly had the job offer of ghosting and feeding false hopes. Namely, Tyler blames British artist Stuart Semple for being misleading, and in one post even outright says that Stuart was at fault for leaving him almost homeless and halting his career and ruining his desire to paint.
I was supposed to have a job in England waiting for me, and then they pulled out at the very last minute.
Actually, super simple. So I asked him point blank, hey, can I have a different job in the studio and I'll just move to England? I'll raise the funds myself. I've got to be out by this date. Could it happen? And he said yes. So what do? I put my career on hold, sell basically almost everything else I own, start turning down opportunities thinking I'm going to be in a different country when they happen. Doing the work because I go all in or nothing. And what does he do? Ghosts.
The word homelessness and the idea that Tyler was selling off stuff in America to move only to get their hopes dashed starts popping up a lot around this time, and the complaining about being tricked by Stuart really starts boiling over, which eventually got Stuart's attention and a reply. Years ago, Tyler swung by. Nice bloke, but visiting the studio isn't a job offer. Tyler saying he was close to me in the studio was an overstatement. He sent a lot of messages to a lot of the crew, and I know everyone was lovely to him. I think one of the crew members was in touch with him a bit more. He may have felt we were friends, but perhaps to us it was a little less than that. We were pretty hospitable when he passed through. He spent about half an hour with me, and eventually he asked me for a job. I was trying to be nice and said if he ever made it back to England, we could talk about it. He was really lovely, and I wish him well, but sadly there was never a job offer. Certainly nothing that should have made him sell all of his belongings and plan to move halfway across the world. Even then, some people were still considering the possibility that Stuart may have miscommunicated with Tyler due to the we could talk about it. But Stuart then took to Reddit and shared messages he had with Tyler where it's very clear that no job offer was ever made. He then further clarified he was given a firm no from the studio a little later. My assistant was very clear with him. We swapped a couple of DMs a few weeks later, and it felt very much like he understood that there was no hard feelings. And he was talking about applying for a job in another studio. He was fully aware there was no job. It was his choice to carry on with the crowdfunding and his attempt to move to England. Again, I do wish him well, and I really hope that he makes it to the UK if that's what he wants. So at this point, you can see what Tyler was doing, lying about a story for sympathy to explain why their life wasn't going the way they wanted. And this brings us to the breaking point. The big reason why anyone even knows Tyler Catastrophe exists in the first place. Wilbur Soot. Wilbur used to run a channel called Soot House that got a ton of views and engagement, where he and his friends read posts from Reddit and other sites to laugh at them. Then in 2020, when Minecraft YouTuber Dream was blowing up, Wilbur joined his server and became a part of that whole phenomenon, growing a fan base of a few million subscribers. This eventually allowed him to transition out of being a typical YouTuber and into a full-blown musician with his band Lovejoy. While YouTubers making music generally has a negative connotation, in this case the band has been fairly successful, reaching tens of millions of plays on some of their songs. But things took a turn for the worse in 2024 when Wilbur's ex-girlfriend, Shubble, claimed that she had been in an abusive relationship. Specifically, she claims that this ex-boyfriend would repeatedly bite her even after she had communicated she wasn't okay with it.
And I would yell out the safe word because it hurt so bad. He'd clamp down even harder. I'd say the safe word and he'd grind his teeth down on my skin.
While she didn't name Wilbur as the target of her allegations, people figured it out pretty quickly by simply checking the time frame of when Shubble claimed this happened and when she was with him. This was huge news at the time, and a lot of his former associates distanced themselves pretty quickly. Wilbur eventually responded, where he made a few concessions, but did fire back at the more serious claims. He says that Shubble's feelings are valid, and that towards the end of their relationship, he became slobbish, disrespectful, and selfish. However, he claims that the allegation of abuse related to him biting her was shocking to him, because, in his words, throughout our relationship, I understood from our numerous conversations and text message exchanges that this behavior was consensual, playful, and reciprocally enjoyed. At the end of the day, I wasn't there, and I have yet to see dead to rights evidence that either side of this situation is definitively in the right. What seems to have pissed people off the most is that although Wilbur presented as if he were apologizing and saying he sought therapy to fix his issues, his response actually lacked a straightforward apology. Shubble then addressed Wilbur's response and doubted he was being genuine in it, and as this drama broke out, even more allegations were made towards Wilbur, pretty much cutting him off from his past as a well-connected Minecraft channel. The stan base around him from Minecraft days died, but the band Lovejoy has continued despite everything, with a decent level of success, all things considered. And this is where Tyler Catastrophe comes in. Tyler has always identified as a huge fan of Wilbur Soot and his band. They even wanted to audition for it at some point. In a fit of extraordinary delusion, Tyler even offered to become Lovejoy's second vocalist.
So hi, Lovejoy. Do you want a second vocalist? My name is Tyler Salona. I'm 26 years old. I live in Texas, but I'm trying to move to England anyway. I'm a massive extrovert. I've been performing since I was 10, and in 2019, I was actually a semi-professional vocalist, but then had to spend almost 5 years getting my voice back after losing it completely because someone hit me with their car.
Whenever Tyler wants something really bad, the accident always comes up without fail. It's a pretty crafty move. This is kind of unrelated, but I got my wisdom teeth removed a year ago, and this is what I looked like. So please subscribe or I will literally die. In December 2022, Tyler wrote, Wilbur Soot being an age-appropriate crush really is a huge win for me. I'm not even sure I like men, but damn if I wouldn't romance him. I'd candlelight dinner and rose petal footpath him. Hands down, bro. But this fixation on Wilbur went even further back.
I have had
Blinker
a crush on
checkpoint
vocals
to
since
anybody who
2019
would like
when I
to
heard him
join.
laugh in the background of someone else's video, and it felt like life itself leaned in to listen.
Tyler then describes how they don't have many romantic interests, but Wilbur in particular was extremely fascinating.
And since then, I have only briefly dated one other person who was wonderful, but it didn't work out. And so in all of that time, regardless of how many people have tried and been interested in me, I have not been able to find the interest for any single one of them because I have a fucking crush on a guy I have interacted with once.
Apparently, the two have even met in real life when Tyler attended a Lovejoy show. This moment meeting Wilbur was so magical that they've continued to crush on him for years. The brief meeting even inspired Tyler to start making music again.
And I don't even officially know his sexuality. I have tried so hard to move on from this, to let it go, because I want so badly for it not to cross over into parasocial territory. He somehow managed to make me want to write music again, something I have not done since my last band broke up in 2019 and I got hit by a car and couldn't sing anymore.
Tyler spends the entirety of this 3-minute video talking about this one-sided obsession with Wilbur Soot, with the main goal of even talking about it being to finally address it so it can just be out in the open and hopefully put the entire thing to rest. This obviously did not work, as talking about something to hundreds of random strangers around the world usually just makes more people aware of it, and thus makes more people talk about it. But even with how silly that stated intention is, a big point of conversation around this whole issue has been the idea of a parasocial relationship. This is something Tyler acknowledges in the video, that there is a one-sided fascination with a person you do not know. In the age of the internet, this idea has become increasingly widespread, as headlines have come out of horror stories where obsessive fans stalk streamers. While this is the most extreme end of of the spectrum, there are in-betweens like what Tyler's fallen into, where the fan doesn't pose a physical danger to the object of their ire, but nonetheless, the parasocial relationship has negative consequences. In this case, apparently Tyler has turned down potential romances because the people they meet in real life fail to live up to their expectation of Wilbur Soot. Of course, the great irony here is that in the hypothetical world where Wilbur did actually fly out Tyler Catastrophe and attempt to fill the Grand Canyon, so to speak, they would still be disappointed because Wilbur Soot and any YouTuber anyone watches is not the idealized version they present, or the version of them that some fans will conjure up in their heads. As beloved or hated as they may be online, in real life, they are real people with real flaws. But the parasocial obsession with
I wanna edit like he does the because that's I'm not smart enough to come up with all of that, but at the very least, the background music and the GIF, that's what my brain sees.
Oh my god. Honestly, it doesn't matter what I'm doing.
When you immediately say imagine in this scenario, I see that.
Obviously, I'm delusional. It's fine.
As you can imagine, within a short period of this video being released, Tyler went viral, being branded as the cringy Lovejoy fan on TikTok.
I do not think that Wilbur Soot is in the video. This is just a reminder that I still feel that way.
Now, if this was coming from a teenager, it'd be a bit more understandable, even if still absolutely delusional and parasocial. But in
I didn't grab it.
Tyler was already grown up enough to be riding around on a motorcycle and getting hit by SUVs. We aren't talking about a kid here. We're talking about a fully grown-up adult who has continued to actively fantasize about dating Wilbur Soot for years. Another issue Tyler ran into regards the allegations around Wilbur. The reason why I was kind of middle of the road regarding the claims made when I brought them up earlier is because I just don't know what happened with him and Shovel. I wasn't there, and while I'm not going to accuse anyone of lying, I'm also not going to jump on the train to accuse Wilbur without definitive evidence, even if I myself have to admit that his response to the allegations was not very good by YouTuber standards. With that being said, among younger Minecraft stans, and especially the audience that Tyler has built, you're kind of expected to believe allegations unquestioningly, and as a result, anything opposing that can get you in some serious hot water with those people. When Shovel came out with her claims about Wilbur, despite having no solid information on it and only having met the guy once, Tyler instantly took to antagonizing Shovel on Tumblr. If Shelby Shovel has no haters, assume I never existed, because I'd still be hating from the grave. I wish Wilbur Soot would call me Beef. Can I be honest now? I can't stand Shovel. Like, in general, not a fan. In the hashtags of this second post, we once again see the phrase age appropriate, which really confuses me. Why is this being emphasized in the first place? I'm not implying anything, I'm just genuinely wondering if this is something people regularly say on Tumblr, or if it's just Tyler that does it. Besides coming to his defense, Tyler basically bragged about being parasocial and stalkerish, made clever little references to the kind of abuse Wilbur was accused of, and even shared a fan fiction about him. At 2:14 a.m., the signal was supposed to go dead. Wilbur, or the man the world knew as Ardbur, had spent a year building a world out of digital shadows, hiding his heat and static, because he was too cowardly to even say the words out loud. But when the rain started falling on the bridge and the departure clock began to tick, the poetic metaphors crumbled into raw, bleeding desperation. You were supposed to be on a plane. You were supposed to leave everything behind for a life lived in the light, but you didn't choose it. You couldn't. The tags on this post include angst, happy ending, too much kissing, smut, praises, and multiple orgasms. Humanity is beautiful. After years of all these questionable elements of Tyler's online presence had gone completely unnoticed,
Humanity is beautiful.
People scraping through Tyler's content and scrutinizing everything they've done up until this point. The reason it took off so much is because, one, TikTok people don't play about those accused of abuse, and two, people made fun of Tyler for just being generally cringe.
And I know I can pull, and thinking to myself, hey, I bet if this guy knew me, he'd probably like me back. There's a chance. Is also not parasocial.
But as the criticism flooded in, Tyler's first response was to downplay it.
It's embarrassing to publicly admit that you have a crush on someone. Yes. But having a crush about a person you don't know is not inherently wrong. I'm not out here writing self-insert fanfiction or building a shrine for our love in my fucking closet. And y'all are out here acting like I trained an AI chatbot to talk like it. And for the record, we are strictly against AI in this house. just so you know.
I don't really know why they're bringing up these examples as if those were crossing the line, when Tyler is on the record sharing self-insert fantasy. It's honestly not that far away from making an AI chatbot to talk to him.
If he asked me out, I would say yes. That is all I say.
I don't mean to be the crusher of hopes and dreams, but this is the kind of thing someone should only do in private because of how strange it is. Tyler Catastrophe is the latest iteration of a long line of people who have lost track on why human beings have a biological built-in function of cringing. We feel bad for embarrassing ourselves because it's a sign of social dysfunction. Now, while it's true that Tyler made a series of bizarre, questionable decisions, people also went overboard in the other direction. As documented by Tyler, several people were sending death threats and making fun of them for self-harming in the past. Found your mom, starve yourself. You'll be more respectable. What began as a one-sided obsession with Wilbur Soot had now turned into a one-sided obsession from anonymous people with a cringy TikToker. Who, cringe as they may be, Tyler is relatively harmless. This kind of hatred is just not warranted whatsoever. In videos about Tyler, commentary channels repeatedly hit on Tyler's desire to move to the United Kingdom, saying that it was another manifestation of their borderline stalker desire to be near Wilbur. But Tyler fired back, basically saying that the move and the fixation on Wilbur were actually totally unrelated.
If y'all think I would make a massive, life-altering decision that takes years of work to achieve, just because I was willing to admit on the internet that I think a musician I don't know has a pretty laugh, then y'all really have the wrong idea.
While this may be true, Tyler still failed to understand why people were even creeped out by this obsession with Wilbur in the first place. But Tyler's story went the way that most of these stories go. Eventually, the fortitude to keep rolling with the punches was worn down. An anonymous person, speculated to be Tyler, made a post to the r/advice subreddit. Hello, I am a 27-year-old queer artist that has recently become a target of online bullying, harassment, and misinformation. Without revealing too much of identity, I am being flooded with loads of hate from individuals as young as children to people older than me. Countless videos and posts have been made about me, attacking my art, shaming the amount I charge for each piece, my fashion sense, my identity, my singing, my medical history, my love life, etc.
He'd probably like me back.
Now, I'm not one to care what others think of me, but it's become quite a disruptive time for me and people who may know me and my art business. I've been getting fake orders from my shop where people make a refund right after purchasing, refunds on a GoFundMe I've set up to help me with expenses out of my hands, entire TikTok pages, and Reddit dedicated to me, and more. I've been researching my legal options here, but it's just too vast that I'm not sure what to do. Additionally, I live in a red state, so I'm not sure how seriously it'll be taken by lawyers and professionals and all that jazz. If any other poor soul has suffered anything like what I'm currently having to bask in, any advice on what I can do? Someone left a comment saying that hiring a lawyer would be pointless, and that they could tell who was making the post, and it was deleted shortly thereafter. But the post itself does show that Tyler was looking for a solution to the current predicament, with the next attempt being a video addressing everything. The first walk back regards being two-spirited, with Tyler saying they tried to bury the entire thing because it was stupid to do in the first place.
I do not refer to myself as two-spirit. I have mistakenly done so in the past, and I am genuinely sorry.
Now that he was allowed back in the teepee, he moved on to discussing Wilbur Soot, apologizing for defending Wilbur in regards to his allegations.
And because I saw a lot of people treating Wilbur's statement as an admission of guilt, when to me it did seem genuine, and like he honestly didn't understand the extent of the harm he had done and was doing therapy and stuff to be better in the future, I felt very strongly about the way it was being treated from an outside perspective.
Tyler basically says that it was a mistake to ever speak about it in the first
If we
place.
keep getting lucky like this and getting this round like
the final acknowledgement regards the
right away,
England,
or
the
this
studio had supposedly made a job offer
the
only to
ice
retract
round.
it. Tyler admits that Stuart Semple and his collaborators
I
hadn't
won't
done
be
anything
complaining
wrong,
and
and that the
be
truth had been stretched to paint Tyler in a more sympathetic
movie
light.
farm
There was, in fact, no real job
fast.
offer in the first place.
I wound up blaming Stuart for a lot of things that were entirely on me, and now it's a lot bigger than any of it should have been.
Because of how viral this whole situation had been, word actually made its way to Wilbur Soot himself, who made a brief attempt to address it.
And I know what a lot of you are thinking, because obviously I've seen what people are saying on the internet, and no, it's not about a specific person. And if I can be quite frank, I think parasocial relationships needs to be something that's discussed, but the way some people go about talking about this person online makes me a bit fucking sick. It's kind of bullying. It's kind of ridiculous. And this is just my way of saying I'm not going into it. And I think that the people making fun of this person, a lot of them are just as parasocial. And I think everyone needs to take a good look inwards, alright? And figure themselves out. Yeah, you stare long enough into the abyss, and the abyss stares back into you.
It's clear that he doesn't want to really bring attention to this drama, but there is some truth to his point that many of the people talking about Tyler have taken it too far. It's clear that he doesn't really want to make this a bigger conversation than it already is, and he probably did the best he could with that intention in mind. Of course, parasocial attachments, especially ones being paraded around in public, aren't healthy and can make people feel extremely uncomfortable. But harassing people in their DMs over it isn't good either. Tyler quickly found out about the response and decided to throw in the expected 2 cents. Yes, I've seen the clip from Wilbur's stream. I'm very grateful he said something before the song releases, especially because it probably would have really sucked for me if he hadn't, but it also really sucks that he needed to. Either way, I know a lot of people wouldn't have ever said anything, so the fact that he did is something I appreciate very much, and likely always will. I still wish him and the band all the best, even if one new song will probably be difficult to listen to for a while. While Tyler is still the same parasocial person that thinks being Portuguese makes you two-spirit or whatever, as of right now, they haven't really done anything terrible that warrants the level of hate they got. To be honest, after looking into the whole thing, I'm surprised it got as big as it did. Did Tyler lie about the job offer with Stewart? Yes, and that should be corrected. And the GoFundMe's existence is pretty unnecessary even without that falsehood being addressed. As of now, the GoFundMe has raised $3/4 of its goal, so maybe Tyler will end up moving to England in the end, living the rest of his life as a tea-drinking, crumpet-eating bead seller. Only time will tell. I've been Chicken Thomas. Thanks for watching, and until next time, goodbye.
I didn't even go and grab the helmet. Yo, that was nasty without power-ups? Okay. money. I like continuous temporals, I won't lie. Hello, Spooky. Casino. deserve that.
Magic bubblegum. What's the worst that can happen? Let's take 5. I need to do my stretches.
Fuck.
I could replace you in the gym too. This is just my warning. Let's tickle some ankles. You are not the friends I was hoping to make.
Hooray. Welcome, welcome. the game is being polite to your boy. My bladder is a totally different story, though. One sec. I'll be right back. Alright, partially back. We're gonna do this Pokemon Go raid real fast. Yeah. Hey, you hurts. Damn.
You are not the friends I was hoping to make.
I gotta go scoop my cat's litter box. He just took a big shite. It reeks. Let me check something. I think it just said I got this to max level. So I can make a build of it. Or realistically just keep this one. I'm trying to think what I would low-key need. I'd probably want the, like, biggest barrel, but... Wait, is there not a walleye in here? I can't go up too much. Would anything be good at that level? I only think to the Akimbo Wardens, and I don't know why. Yeah, I want to do the M8 now that I remember. Dude, the game knows that I'm low on temporals. Shout out. Was good, go.
I knocked out. How's it going?
It's going very, very well. I hope you had a good nap. That shit hits. That's a lot of Casimir's.
Nick, I wanted to ask you earlier, didn't want to disrupt your Smash gameplay. Any advice for turning 18?
Because you're gonna be like, now on average, Steam and like people can like look up to you, and you'll have like other parents potentially like with their kid who's acting up, like trying to find people that are like good like role models of like their age group, and a lot of times that comes with people being like kind of picked on or like shit talked for no reason because it's not the normal, like the main thing to do. Just there is at the end of the day, there is genuinely no value of coolness. You can't even use words like that when it comes to expressing like gratitude, being like a homie to your friends and stuff. But like, especially like older people, that shit is like something that I like. You know, I don't get angry. I very rarely do outside of Overwatch. But if someone is pointlessly rude and or I can tell they're gaining joy out of it, I am going to have such a good time making their life just not it. Because you don't deserve to do that to somebody, and if you think you can, then I'm gonna.
Perfect example was that guy earlier on Twitch.
Literally.
My bad, purple app.
Nah, yeah, you're good. I think I have more dark chocolate. The funnier people are the ones from Overwatch, because I'll literally be advertising it. And then I'd be like, come on, give me AdSense, big guy.
Appreciate the advice turning 18 next week, just nervous for the future.
Just don't stress so much you're not getting to like have fun. Genuinely. Let me check, because the dark chocolate's right across from here. Let's see. No dark chocolate, but pretzel crackers go dummy. And some peanut butter toast crackers. I feel like these are like the Popeyes biscuit of like snacks. They're great and everyone likes them, but holy shit, do they dry your mouth out.
That's so real, bro. Holy, someone finally says it.
Mine are
No
crumbling
drink
in my hand.
equals cooked.
No, for real. I knew I didn't have much time, but trying to think what I want to do.
We're doing ow after zombies?
I wanna. I'm in between that and just not playing anything, but
Yay, I know that feeling. I haven't played Smash today. I just need a day off sometimes.
It's funny because I low-key want to play Overwatch more than I did Smash today, even though I know it was scheduled. But because I played so much Smash, I don't know. I knew the ping would be a little bit goofy. I might as well save.
Are considering Smash 2, or did I get you wrong?
Nah. No, I was saying I played way too much of that earlier. And it was like the first time in a while that I really didn't want to play, even though it was modded. I love how it tries to say I don't have everything unlocked in the armory.
I haven't played AoE in a bit. Is Symmetra good or bad, or just meh? She's my favorite.
I think she has the second highest ban rate in competitive Overwatch. Like, top level, like the Championship League. Being able to move an entire team back and forth and have the damage she does. That's invaluable. And the wall.
Oh wait, that's crazy. I didn't even know that.
If you left click a shield, you not only gain charge, like damage on your beam faster, but if I'm not mistaken, you don't even lose ammo. And once your beam is at max, like, capacity, if you're actually tracking properly on everybody, you're doing 120 DPS, or the same as Genji's Dragon Blade.
That's insane damage.
Yeah, I'll hop on. I can't decide if I want to play. I think I want to play Stadium though. Grab a couple.
Did I make you want to get on since I said that?
Low key. Because I forgot Sim isn't in Stadium, and the amount of times that we've been Sim shit on in our like role queue matches because our teammates just don't know how to back the fuck up. Like, he's great, but because they're still ranked randoms, they don't have flawless fucking push synergy like a Overwatch Championship League country representative would. But because it's so on base effective, it's annoying. You gotta worry about it.
Dude, IK, those lobbies are mad stressful.
Mm-hmm. I say, you don't gotta tell me. I understand though, because y'all have seen me as the Smash guy for my career. My visible career, I should say.
Smash and ow guy here.
It's basically just FPS and Smash.
Since you've done competitive in Smash and ow, what would you say is harder? I think I know your answer.
Yeah. Not even close. I don't give a shit. It's one-on-one. I don't care.
Overwatch?
Bare minimum, I'll be generous 4 times or 5 times just due to the amount of players are on each team. Who are you coordinating pushes with by yourself in a 1v1?
I figured, bro, my mind can't handle teammates saying BS in my ear.
You've probably heard me yell or like loud talk, and then you've heard me like frustratedly like I say I'll IGL, which is in-game lead. And because of my yappy fucking nature, I was the IGL for my team. Normally the DPS is not supposed to be the IGL for your team, but our main tank was kind of quiet. So I did not mind stepping up and being a little bit fucking loud. It was honestly pretty great. If you happen to be able to check on Twitch, if anyone else also is already on there and can let me know whenever it swaps, either one is okay. I'm gonna have one more of the peanut butter toast. Oh. That shit fine. There we go. Yo, what's good? AJ!
I just realized I'll never be the Dragon Warrior.
What do you mean? Who's the... Wait.
From Kung Fu Panda.
Feels like shit, doesn't it?
We're kicking off with a pre-game setup.
Poe is already the Dragon Warrior, so I can't be.
How do you think I feel?
Let's get a look at our lineups.
It hurts.
Kills me low-key.
No, you don't want me. I got the Wuxi finger hold.
Junker Queen's here and heads will roll.
Heads will roll. Heads will roll. Heads will roll. On the foot.
Both teams have locked in their lineups and the games can finally begin. It's time for stay on. Welcome to the armory. It's time for the teams to consult.
All right, y'all.
The teams have 20 seconds left to prepare for the round.
Receive my aid.
3, 2, 1. Capture the objective.
Let's go win this thing.
10 seconds until the objective's unlocked.
Enemy over there. Your pain will be endless. Let's stick with it.
You're insane. Thank you so much. It's going good. Peace. They didn't even want me to do that. God dang. Oh, not the third person soldier. Yucky. I love how we can bar people up though.
Hubris, eh? Bold move. Time to go on a rampage.
Beauty.
Nice one.
30 seconds remaining.
We're just too good. We're genuinely just too good. That was a perfect round. I don't know what to tell you. I love this character too.
2-0. You can really tell who the playmakers are. Up next, the teams are going
Oh,
head-to-head
AJ.
in control.
I'm gonna go grab a drink.
Now's the time for our teams to work out their strategies.
Cheers to the father.
Cheers.
This off-brand
The teams have
White
20
Claw
seconds
from
left
Aldi's
to prepare for the round.
legit just tastes better. That it's refreshing.
Three, two, one. Capture the objective.
Target's locked. Open fire. Pick up your faces, trombone. Enemy here.
Close. Almost couple supports.
Looks like somebody wants the death penalty.
The patient one, welcome.
Time for a thunderstorm. I'm on my game now. Again. How many of you drongos are there?
I always have faith in you.
That was kind of cute.
Stop mucking around and move.
Yeah, they like double ulted me. It happens. Don't waste ults. No, they wasted something. Okay, we saw Moira ult though. We're good.
Hubris, eh? Bold move, mortals.
Oh, it's because I don't have a Zin in. Pop a Zin, get the win, boys. You're kidding. If you don't use nicotine, don't start now. That's a terrible idea. Taker, welcome, welcome. It's so dumb that shoves me off. Please touch. That's on me.
My brain cannot process any of this.
Well, ask away. Like dead ass. You can ask me anything.
The teams are gearing up. Every choice is
Plus, I'm playing Stadium.
I got a strawberry Red Bull flavored geek bar today.
See, that's why I'm happy I stopped vaping, because I would never quit. That sounds like too good. You get what I mean? Like, I'm not.
I think it's how fast it moves. Like, actually, it's probably just something I need to get used to it.
That is a big thing. You know how, like, in sorry for picking. You know how what you call it? Smash, when you turn around and like dash dance, you still have animation left and right. If you notice, I'm just tapping A and D, and I'm going full speed. The frame I tap the other button. Max speed, max speed, max speed. So it is by default a lot quicker. Because this is an actual option, and I'm actually harder to hit. But when I tell you, like, this is how I got arthritis the most.
I get what you mean.
I like playing main tank, or I like playing tank in Stadium. Just because Junker Queen's my favorite tank. And she's like the best tank in Stadium. Because there's like builds you can buy. They're just doing a better job damaging. This sucks. Yeah. That sucks. Our soldier's scared, bro. He's getting dipped. I gotta... Okay, let's back up.
Lucky shot. My turn.
Don't get started. If this Sojourn dies right now, we just lose this entire point. No matter how or when, she just... Thank you. Very big. What is this bozo doing up here, man?
Time for a thunderstorm. Enemy here.
I do too much damage. Y'all don't expect me to hit crits. Did you see how hard that soldier started focusing me? My health. My health. Just started getting buttered away.
Next up, it's the payload race. Time for the teams to gear up.
Your movement is actually crazy.
I'm pretty She doesn't have a crazy amount of movement, but I do try my best to still be a little like shimmy fucker. So if you ever see me schmoovin',
Do you main tank?
no.
So much damage, lol.
Yeah, that's really all it is. In this game mode, it feels like tank can. I mean, honestly, in the new 5v5 single tanks, because of new perks, they've buffed the shit out of tanks. Ooh, let me run a bullshit build.
The arena is ready and waiting. 20 seconds to go.
Excuse me. This is the game mode that sucks the most about this. If we can keep somebody on cart, that'd be awesome. Love you. Yo, we take those. Damn. More no fade. The fuck does he have that just lets that happen? I blew up. Try your best not to stagger. On has. Be careful, I'm not back yet. Yep. There goes the brig.
Our team needs to fight hard to close the gap.
Everyone's ulted. Why did we visor our own cart?
Looks like somebody wants the death
Oh.
penalty.
It'd be like it.
Our team needs to fight hard to close the gap.
Stop mucking around and move. All systems go.
Wow. Oh.
Time for a thunderstorm.
Yeah, I'm dead as hell. Yeah. I mean, at least the rounds that we're losing, it is just our soldier getting diff. Feels good, because we're doing as good as we can with the diff.
Lucky shot.
All good.
It was a hard fight, but they lose this round. Let's check the standings. 2
How do you pass away 6 times? That's a lot. With how short of a round that is and your respawn timer, like. Brother didn't spawn camp, brother camped in spawn. Trying to place the Chino in a proper spot. Because I know my mouth moves when I'm focused, and then it just starts moving around in my mouth.
3, 2, 1. Capture the objective. The objective goes live in 10.
Like, who else is shooting homeboy with me? If we just shoot Hazard, he dies. Like, look how close he is to dying each time now. I mean, at least it was closer, you know?
The enemy team has taken the lead. I got plenty of tape left. Pick up your feet, you drumos.
Ooh, I like that. I'm not in that, but okay. What happened?
Let the push commence. Time to go on a rampage. Launching destruction zone. Pinpoint accuracy. Time for a thunderstorm.
Oh wow, I just don't get healed. That's wild. What are we focused on?
They've taken the robot. How irksome. That is it.
What was homeboy hitting? I'm a little concerned I didn't see him attacking anything. Just focus the hazard, nobody else. I'll kill everyone else on the team. Stop eating. Yep.
All systems go.
The score is 2-3. I can hardly believe my optics when I see stats like these.
Holy shit, did she just outdamage our fucking Sojourn as Moira?
It's time for the teams to consult their playbooks.
Okay, that's funny as fuck. But it's sad, but it's funny. I have on the heal build, just stack with me, and I'll be able to like one-shot things.
The teams have 20 seconds left to prepare for the round.
Bro, I got 61k.
This is the match point. The team needs to pull together to stay in the fight. 3, 2, 1. Capture the objective.
Tango inside. Disruption activate.
I'm holding shout till I'm on them because it'll wound them. Come with me on hazard. Yeah. Hey, so who are you shooting, hon?
That is it.
Yeah. Bro, the double stack on that shit feels illegal.
That's it. Everyone's going to Tartarus.
GG's.
Surrender to my will.
Always next time.
Almost outdid their winning team's player, dude. Come on, ma. I think I used the restroom and I run it again, huh? How'd that sound, y'all? Let me think. Let's see if anybody does. Okay, bet. Two-minute damage queue. That is tempting as hell. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna use the restroom. I will ponder about this. Oh, wait. One sec. I'm gonna grab a goodie. I can't decide if I want to play anything. Let's see if we can get a sub 1 minute match of this. Hey, what up?
Yo, Kusu.
Hello, hello.
What's up?
Let me make sure I already have enough on here. If not, we're just gonna fix that real quick. Sir, what did you use your unemployment on? Don't ask
7
me.
attack, 14 defense, and then 10 HP. Not horrible.
Not at all.
Bro, I can't wait for the takeover for next month.
There's a video if you are ever curious to see like just how insane it is. Brandon Tan, just to prove the point of how ridiculously good shadows are, had a hundo purified or just hundo basic Tyranitar level 51 and and a level like a shadow Zundo Tyranitar that was also level 51, and it was like literally 300 less power than it, and it outdamaged it, out everything it except bulk, and the bulk only mattered for like one raid where like you were using all 6 of just that. And the likelihood of you getting the worst thing 6 times is so low that when we do these raids, they're not like the raids that I have to do most of the time, which are like, fuck, it's not perfect. Bye. Not perfect. Bye. Not perfect. Bye. This is like, oh, Purifiable Hundo is literally like 2 Pokemon in 1 quality for these things.
Dude, some of these like catches be giving me like a
I
level
want
of anxiety, bro.
I'm so fortunate for you that you're going to GoFest and that there's global, because the Premier Balls get a buffed catch rate. Like I don't know if you've used it like that before.
God, bro.
Dog,
Oh my
it will make it green. Like you will catch it with a pineapple.
No, never. Oh.
It's heavenly. It's essentially like a beast ball. I made sure to
I
check.
saw Mystic 7 where he was hatching. That's hot. I saw Mystic video where he was hatching the eggs and like where he hatched like 100 eggs, and oh my god, the amount of candy and stardust you get.
Especially because you'll have you have the
30K
bundles
and like 80 candies. I was like, yo.
Make sure you're
I only bought
piecing
the red
those.
lover one. Yeah, I was gonna say I'm low key kind of like I'm gonna save my star pieces for especially after this event.
I really like the if I'm like
I'm popping some tomorrow 100% when we go out.
right. Like the Blanche thing, right? I'm looking at some of the premium items, and while obviously they're never going to give you enough to do it, they are literally giving you every premium item you need to like know what you're prepping for. Like come the global or not. Is global before or after yours?
Global is like in July.
Oh shit, that's a W. Okay, I didn't know I could wait that long. That's big then. I can just do as many of these raids.
Say like I was gonna say like global for a while.
That's big. Okay.
Which I'm a little surprised it's not like a little bit after Copenhagen, because Copenhagen I'm pretty sure ends on like the 14th. So we're literally having like you're literally basically almost a month ahead of like GoFest. It's really weird.
That is super fucky. Yeah, wait.
Yeah.
Japan right now has it like I didn't even comprehend that. You know what it is? I know exactly what it is. These are all the first ever locations that they were at for these respective locations. Because I know, like, for us, this Chicago place, the only time we've ever had that was 10 years ago at the first one. So that makes a little bit more sense. I am picking up Tank officially, by the way.
Oh really?
Like I just started goofing, and one thing led to another, and I just won like 6 in a row with her. She's just she's literally like sticky bomb bastion is the way I'll put it, because I don't know, I feel like weapons that are like not bullets have that like kind of, you got a trail shot but you still have that many bullets. Oh my fucking god.
Here, hold up. Let's see if I can actually. I'm gonna try to get on Overwatch. Like,
Yeah, I know. I hear you lag a little, so don't feel bad if it doesn't work. Like, I will back you up and vouch that you even audibly are cutting out sometimes and responding to me late.
fuck you back.
FSM, what's good?
Because like,
Oh, you just
I'm
came
in
back.
Discord with you, but I guess not. Sound.
You there?
What going on, bro?
He's
Yeah, hello.
He here. Yippee!
Bro, what going on, bro?
I don't
Oh my
know.
god, I gotta log into my Blizzard account again. Bro, what's up with my shitter net, bro? What's going on? I swear I'm not at McDonald's.
You like froze on shitternet. It's like, what's all with my shit? Internet. That was too good.
Yeah, I thought I was good because like I didn't have any lag when I was in the queue. All I'm saying is I get in Discord and I start lagging.
Yeah, I'm
That's all I'm
being
saying,
dead
bro.
ass. When I wasn't kidding when I said yesterday, like me closing that
I'm
shit
getting
stopped
DDoS.
all of the fucking lag in my zombies.
Yeah, I love looking in your general chat and seeing the brekkie from BO3.
Oh shit, yeah. Dude,
I
this
love the brekkie,
image
bro. That gun was so
goated.
fun. It's fun pissing people off with it.
This was back when I thought a fucking 8 hour round 100 was a lot, and I crushed myself with the rocket doors to end it.
Here, wait, should I join another queue and then try to like? How do you do the RSVPs
Oh
when you're
wait,
doing remote raids? I didn't understand
I
that.
think I just got butt fuck lucky. Shadow Groudon, don't be max. It's full, but one mo.
Oh, your screen's black, by the way.
No, you're good. Cause I gotta unplug my Switch thing. I use my like whole capture card for it.
Yeah, join the RSVP.
And what you can do is you can literally keep saying you're leaving and you're not going, and like invite as many people as you want.
Oh, cool. I'll invite some of the people I've done raids with recently. Because they're the only ones that are online.
I know I have to literally. I typed exclamation point egg to put in my search string because that's the people that are far away. I promise you, this will get like 100% full.
I mean, yeah, I hope so, bro. We got 11 minutes.
Oh my god, yeah, no, we got plenty of time.
Bro, I'm actually so lucky. I went to when I went to lunch with my grandma. She gave me a get like my present for my aunt for graduation, and it was a $100 visa.
Fuck yeah.
Yeah, so I'm gonna use that for go. But then I also have like I'm just using my Apple Pay right now that I have. And then I opened my Venmo when we were at the flea market because people were asking about using it.
Yeah.
And what's it called? What's this?
I'm glad you said that because I can, with my
And
Apple Pay, I can buy two.
Oh, Apple account password. Okay. What is this asking?
Hell yeah, I'm gonna be able to get two Pokemon storage upgrades with my Apple Cash.
Nice.
That or let's see, I might be able
Well,
to
hi
get
there.
coins. I can.
Okay, or if it just wants to glitch, I guess. I'm not. It keeps declining my app payment apparently from Apple Pay. Even though, wait, they just go through and then not give it to me? Question mark. Oh, there we go. Got my payment. Alright, I'll be able to do 4 raids now.
Money. The fuck is someone at a Shadow Suicune? Oh yeah, 10 people go into the Groudon in 7 minutes. I know I need Groudon least, but I still need him bad. Because there are literally, like, honest to God, name to me more than 5 good water types in Pokemon Go. It's fucked. But then we got a lot of ground boys. But I do want more shadow ones that aren't booty.
Boom, 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 boom.
I'm getting bodied on these extra raids. Oh. Expired. So what's good is I'm getting so many that I can literally click on it. We can RSVP it. And then we're good to go. The only issue is right now, because this is when I think like the top of the hour is essentially for them, like at least spawn wise. Everything is a time conflict. But I've gotten like 4 separate Shadow Kyogre, Shadow Groudon, like people in my friends list just sitting there that I can RSVP once we do this Groudon.
But
I'm only not plugging it up right now because I'm trying to see if I can find my charger, because I know when I plug it up to the capture card, it's going to drain quicker. So I might forego that. But that is a-okay.
I find it interesting that you can buy stuff off their web store for cheaper than you would on the in-game.
Yeah.
Like, in-game. I'm gonna just start doing that, or at least for like when I purchase like the $10 or like the higher shit.
Mhm.
It only goes up on those anyway.
Yeah, the bonus, especially on like the max amount, is like ludicrous. I remember back in the day, you could get 21,600 Pokecoins for 99.99. And dude, that shit was absurd worth it.
Yeah, I need these personalized bundle cards to get a little better.
Oh, they're fucking. Oh, did you know they're based on how much money you have in your account?
Like how much you spent.
Nope. Exactly to the cent how many Pokecoins you have.
So now I have 97 right now.
So you're gonna actually get some of the best ones. There's a whole Reddit thread about it, but essentially you will get statistically the best ones. The discount, what it says, like the percent off, that is
Yeah.
only set in certain slots. So it's essentially like if you remember like old chance time, where like it could say star, but then it says like you take a star or you give a star. It's like
Yeah.
that where if sorry about hi, I said chance time and I immediately forgot. What were we just talking about? I'm a head ass.
The personalized crates.
Yeah. So the percentage off didn't account for some of the things to be as cheap as they become. And if you ever get, there's a box called like it's like the expert crate. Don't get it confused for one. There's like an expert box that has 3 of these items. You want the one that has 4 items for like I think it's 640 or it can be as low as 500, and it is 7 incense, 7 poffins, 7 lucky eggs, and 7 star pieces. And it
I'm
is
mainly just
the
looking at it
best.
for like remote passes, low key.
And that was the other one. There's a 515 one you can get that is 3 remotes and a couple things, and it's outright just cheaper. Yeah, it's really, really good.
Now, like the super hash box though, that would be. I hope I get that during GoFest because that would be super good.
And if you didn't know, they reset at midnight.
Yeah, no, I saw it's 12 minutes left. I was
Yeah.
like, shit. Let me know. Let me know, gang.
I'm not buying anything yet either. I added money because I've noticed anything from like 800 to 1,000, it'll give you like the really good ones because they know you can only buy like 2 of them.
Holy shit! I gotta load it again. It's 2 minutes for the raid.
Yes, sir. Best part about it. Did you know RSVPs like actually reserve your spot?
That's nice.
So you cannot see the like lobby to full message if you accept an RSVP. It'll make like a whole new lobby for you if it does.
Bro, when I brought home these record boxes were actually fucking heavy.
Yeah, I can't imagine.
Especially, but like look, the Poe really loved. This was after I like pushed some of them in, but like cause my dad was like, oh yeah, you can just bring them in one at a time if you want, and I was like, oh, okay, I'll do that. But then after I brought in one, I was like, yeah, I'm just bringing all of them
Yeah.
at once. It's just I just took a picture now, but Poe just decided to take one of the boxes.
Hell yeah.
And
Cardboard
he was
is the
living there
best.
for a while. Like, little dude loved it. Then he was feeling a little sleepy.
53 seconds.
And then now we have night on my bed.
Big vibing.
Yeah, he's a sleepy boy.
Let me put
40 seconds.
My beanie back on. I can't hear you for no. Oh.
15 going. Let's go.
All right.
Here, where's the shadow? Where's the Kyogre at? What's the max? 23, 51, and then 29. 20.
What's the weather boost, Hundo?
29, 39.
Okay.
And is this one weather boosted?
For the Groudon?
Yeah.
I'm not sure. Did you get in?
Oh fuck.
No, it just popped. It just popped. No, it bugged.
Okay, thank God.
It
Yeah,
disappeared.
no, that scared me. I thought
Me out.
I thought the countdown. Yeah, it did the exact same for me. I thought that countdown was like, what's it called? Was saying like, okay, this is how long you have until you can join.
Let's do one of these numbers.
Go top cat.
Yeah, my tablet is not gonna be able to rock and roll like I thought it would.
He dead. 2275. It's 2351. That's not that bad.
This one's gonna be rubber.
Plus 12 shadow. Or plus 12 Rick candies, bro. Oh my god. Alright, big dickhead. Let's get in the ball. Nice and easy.
Thanks, Groudon. No bullshit.
Did you get in for you already?
Yeah.
Oh, you just got in for me, thank god. Damn, 5XL, 4 reg. That's pretty nice. I have more X. Oh my god, he has max attack.
That's perfect.
Max attack and then 7 defense, 8 HP.
As long as it's max attack, then that's already like one of your party members set.
Right? That he could just be my attacker, bro. We cool. You'll be my hard hitter. It's all good. I never rolled a me in food. It's kind of crazy. A striking shadow.
I'm waiting until that hour crosses. It's such a weird feeling to be happy that I'm tired right now, but my sleep schedule's been fucked, so I'm happy.
Oh my gosh. I'm doing this striking shadow quest, and for the 5 out of 6, you do 3 you just get 6 rare candies.
Oh, extra catch. Oh.
Dude, I have 107 rare candy.
Let's go.
I think all that might be going into my Rayquaza. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, I don't see anything about him coming up either, so it honestly makes the most sense.
Well, I don't even know actually, because he even have Dragonus and his Ancient Power. But it's like, who else would I use it on? I guess my Dragonite, lucky. Or to save it for if I get something super good during Go Fest.
Yeah.
That might be the play.
Give me something.
I have 18 XL candies too.
I'm seeing if I can get us at least. Because I swear I wasn't baiting you in here. I wasn't this sleepy and I had more raids and I want to at least get one.
I got at least one cat. I haven't even gotten another shadow cat, another shadow Groudon. So I mean, this is like fine.
Unironically, like while we were waiting for that Groudon, a Coyote like was just in my friends list, so I know if I wait, I'll see it. What?
Don't worry, I'll just get in the bed with hang out at night. I'll have my headset on.
Let's see.
It's not like I really need to be at my desk. So I was playing with my kitty cat. You got right, buddy.
Yeah, I think AJ, we're gonna take one more blinker checkpoint and then we're gonna knock.
Hell yeah. Blinker
If you're
safety.
still over there on TikTok.
Oh. He just put his paw on me. Oh, I hear that motor going too through the headset. Do we know if any of the well, is there any like star boosted Pokemon coming out during the next event for like the Instinct Leader?
Honestly, I'm not sure. Based on what I've heard, this is like the one for Stardust, but I assume there's still gonna be stuff. I just hope it's not ass.
I mean, yeah, Stary's perfect because even like with the, I feel like Mega Starmie will drop this season as the Super Mega.
Yeah.
Like especially if there are like, I feel like all the Super Mega raids are just gonna be Legends of the Age Megas now.
Yeah.
And so yeah, I mean, it's already like, we already know we're at least getting Mega Raichus, and people are saying that it's gonna be Skarmory for the first one though. Before
Might enter a Wi-Fi tourney TM.
I'm excited for Frigiback's Calm Day though.
You got this shit, FSM. I believe in you.
Yeah, I don't know what you got at FSM. I don't know what we're saying you got it, but you got it.
He's entering a Wi-Fi tourney tomorrow. You got it, brother.
Ooh, I believe.
If my controller doesn't even make the click noise on the right trigger,
thank you both.
And you saw what I did today in the past couple days, that's on the same controller. I want you to just for reference.
FSM, believe in the me that believes in you, bro. You got this.
It's true.
Shout out Gurren Lagann.
Cheers, y'all. And then I'm gonna knock.
It's an anime where that's one of the characters uses that quote.
W advice.
He said W advice.
Yep. Shout out Simon for Gurren Lagann, bro. And Kamina. Oh, is that a good boy?
I think there's some Sonic.
He's had a good
Steve,
night.
So this probably won't end well.
Hey, it's an online tournament. Let them have their wins where they're welcome everywhere. Some of them poor motherfuckers can't even go to their local because they're banned in their state.
This person is surprised by the fact that their male Ralts evolved into a Gardevoir. This bro does not understand. Bro does not understand. Bro thinks once it hit level 30, it was just gonna evolve into a Gallade. Bro does not. He's out of nowhere. Its name is Ralph in quotation marks. Oh my god. That is so funny.
That's actually really good. Dude, he didn't have the option select like you do on Pokemon Go.
Wait, this is actually funny. Clearly it doesn't evolve into a Gallade just because it's male. It evolves into Gallade with a Dawnstone. This is like basic knowledge. The evolution screen in Palmine literally tells you what your Pokemon will evolve into. Oh, this is OP. Oh, that's why. I was really confused. I always thought the different genders evolved differently in general. Thanks for the info, Colin D.
Wait. So homie says he just thought like genders were like dice rolled each Evo.
I think he was talking about. Yeah, I think it's talking about like Pokemon that have split genders.
Oh.
So like Lechonk, like how Lechonk has either the male form or the female
Mm.
form, or like Unpheasant has the male and the female
Oh,
form,
he didn't
like
think
stuff
it
like.
had correlation at all to it.
Yeah, no. He just thought that a male Curlia would always evolve straight into a Gallade,
Let me
and
try
then a
again.
female Curlia evolves straight into a what's it called? The Gardevoir. Which is the what makes this even better is this is Cobblemon. And so
No.
when you press the evolve screen, right?
Yeah.
On the Pokemon,
Does it tell you?
it tells you yeah, it tells you what Pokemon it's gonna evolve into. So it's not like it hit level 30 and like it had the evolution screen like it does in Pixelmon where it's like, oh, what's this?
Yeah.
It's evolving, and then you watch like the screen. No, you can literally skip the fucking evolution.
That's amazing.
Like if your Pokemon is just in your party and you press evolve, you don't have to watch like a cutscene. It just literally evolves.
You
So
can't
like
you can't tell
that
me
that
as a kid when you played that
that
shit you weren't like
that person's just grid
stressed.
bidding.
Like if you didn't let them evolve, you'd get like never an ability to evolve them again. For me, that's why I never did it because I thought I would never get to evolve them again.
I don't think I really worried that much for real.
I was a head ass because my brother pressed B on my game once and I geeked the fuck out and I didn't even wait.
All right, I got shit in my boxes.
Me when
I
I
got the
got
great
shit in my boxes.
Wait, a great box, which is 6 golden raspberries, 30 panabs, and 40 ultra balls.
We got it.
Or I got another Lehigh watch bow.
I got the best one,
Don't worry.
at least for my account. Are you ready to hear this shit?
What the like the 7?
No. Because I already have a lot
7?
of. I got like over 100 incense, so I don't want one with that. But on average, you will.
Hey, bro, you trying to party with us tomorrow?
Oh, absolutely.
Wait, never mind. I got 50 of those.
I know.
Never
I was
mind.
gonna
I
say
was
they
like, those are
run.
star pieces.
Starter
Star pieces and
box.
lucky eggs. I only got 20.
Starter
Ooh,
box is
that sounds good.
85 Pokecoins. And it is a star piece, a lucky egg, and a puffin.
Wait, it tells you how many Pokecoins it is. For me, it just tells me the flat rate of how much money it is.
Yeah, that's like the. Oh, are you on the website?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know the website updated. I was referring to the 3 boxes in game.
Oh well, those were also shit for me either way.
I think you can
Yeah, don't
scroll
worry,
to the
those were
bottom
shit.
of that page and it'll tell you that too. I think
It does.
that's cool. But yeah, they can be ass.
Yeah, they're fucking shit, bro.
I'm just maxing out on this starter box.
All mine were horrible.
Holy fuck! For less than the price of any of these items singularly, I'm getting all 3 of them.
Shadow Voltorb.
I'm a weirdo and I
Oh, and
like
Exeon
best
it.
buddies, so the poffins matter.
Yeah, I gotta get best buddy on my hundo. What's it called? Hundo baby boy. Dragonite.
Oh,
Yeah, how good is Shadow Voltorb?
I unironically got the exact same grunt. That's wild. That is completely randomized. I'm not trying to fuck with you. I got a
That's kinda funny.
202 CP Shadow Voltorb.
Hey,
That
mine's
is
better. I got 2. I do.
fuck you. No, like look, peep stream. Peep stream. This
Hold
isn't
on.
me trying to fuck with
I
you.
got it
Oh,
open. Hold on. I'm looking.
look at this shit. This is right now.
Oh, nah.
That's
That's funny.
I don't even know the odds of
They
that.
really said. I mean, there's 18 types.
Yeah,
One
but
in
then there's
18.
2 genders, dude.
Oh yeah.
And then there's multiple starters per type. Like only the first Pokemon is different for a lot of them.
Let's see, 1 in 36 for just those two for like the gender
Yeah.
and the type difference. And
Because
then
then we could just say plus 100 to 1,000 at that point, like unironically.
yeah, I was gonna say how many starters are there? Well, it would then be
Yeah.
many difference. How many electric starters are there? Because then it would be
It's typically 3 to 1. Like dragons only have 2. Like the really common types have 3. But like
so
that's
then that
3
bumps it up
per
to,
gender.
so then that would bump it up to like. Well, then it doesn't the gender thing. Would we count the gender?
Yes, the timer is still going
Because then
up.
we would
Let's
just either
go.
we could just multiply by
Yeah,
6.
that's true. Yeah, you could.
Because it would depend. We'd either do by 3 or by 6, depending if we're counting the gender.
Wait, let me check. I can check on Leak. What's up,
Yeah, I was
Jay?
gonna say.
I can check on Leak Duck right now if you can get a Voltor from either gender. Sorry, y'all. We just something crazy like rare bullshit happened, and I want to see what the odds were. If y'all didn't know, you could get male and female grunts. For example, water type female grunt. They'll both say these waters are treacherous, but it's a completely random chance which one you'll get. Female can give you Froakie, Krabby, Jupiter. Water type since 2016 can give you Magikarp, Magikarp, and Magikarp. That's it. That's 1, 2, and 3.
Yeah.
Or Gyarados if he goes a little wild. Let's see. Okay. From what I just looked at, it unironically looks like they just snipped the whole gender thing entirely.
Oh, really?
Yeah, what the fuck?
Okay, I mean, to be fair, it's still a rare thing, but like.
Yeah, some are. Like, you could have the water
that's
one.
kinda, that's still just a little. Oh my god, they star you.
Bro, that makes me sad. What the fuck? Some of these are like, because, okay, I see, water, normal male, fire female, electric female, grass male, ice female, fighting female, poison female, ground male, flying female, psychic male, bug male, rock male, ghost male, dragon female, dark female, steel male, female fairy, and that's it. That was basically just 19.
Damn.
Wow. Still, it was. We could have still gotten like either Helioptile or Shanks as well, and all of those.
Oh my god, it's Friendship Friday!
I really do want to take advantage of that because me and you didn't even do the trades we did on Friendship Friday. Like, I know we did a guaranteed one, but I'm 99% sure on these days it's half the amount of fucking years you need for a guaranteed Lucky Will. Like,
Hey, you wanna RSVP a Primal Groudon raid? You want a Primal Groudon? Hi, buddy.
I sadly don't need it. I'm way too high on it, but
I was literally just sitting here and I looked down and see that one of the people I had added invited me.
hell yeah.
And it expired at the last minute. I was like, well, fuck.
Trin, currently we are on round 389, I want to say.
The whole day not realizing today was
Oh,
the
left
10th
me and now he's
anniversary
back
of
and he's
Harambe's
cuddling.
passing.
I know, R.I.P. Harambe.
Hi, baby boy. Oh, it's so emotional.
From the White House, by the way. I think the White House like tweeted something about Harambe.
What the fuck?
I only say Harambe as a meme, by the way, guys. Please do not get mad at me. I think it's funny.
Ramba.
Please look up Haribo's White House tweet. I swear to God.
They are like Harambe.
No, I think they like AI like imaged something or
I wish there was something to relieve anxiety as seconds. At this point in our history, of course, they did LMAO.
Hey, yo, FSM, do not wish that upon yourself. You are a good, God-loving child. I appreciate you saying that in chat. Do you know who else said that years ago? Except he didn't have a healthy. I'm vocally healthy. I'm not physically healthy. Um, do what I say, not what I do. Um, relieving anxiety in seconds came with that funny little inhale stick for about a couple seconds, and then you depended on that funny little stick for a long goddamn time. And
Yeah, you talking about an inhaler?
no, talking about a jewel
Oh,
or
dude,
like
it
some kind
reminded
of
me.
vape.
I was watching Lord of the Flies, like the Netflix
Oh my god.
miniseries with Sydney, right?
Mm-hmm.
And one of the characters who they call Piggy, right? He's this
Mm-hmm.
bigger kid and he's asthmatic. And so like they
No.
break his inhaler in the first episode in the literally like probably like in at least like the first 20 to 30 minutes of the episode, and his asthma just goes away. Like he does not have an asthmatic attack throughout the rest
Okay.
of the like rest of the 3.5 episodes pretty much. And it's just like
Brit.
and it's not like he like did minimal like he was doing minimal movement. He literally after losing his inhaler went up and climbed a fucking mountain.
Dude, I would need an inhaler, and I haven't needed one of those in years.
I'm just like, dude, what the fuck?
That's why. That's why I still have this oxygen thingy. Shut up,
I had
please.
this realization with Sydney on literally like the last episode.
That from the book
I was just like, I just realized, where does asthma go? I'm like, this guy is not. His kid was like walking around the forest having an asthma attack, and now he's just fine. He's fine after his inhaler's destroyed. Are we serious?
Quote,
Like,
FSM said from the book, he said he remembers that from the book. So it seems like they just left that bug out.
It don't make sense. I'm like, I was just like, dude, was the inhaler like a binding bow? Like he had the inhaler and it made him have asthma, but then once it got destroyed, they were like, oh shit, asthma gone. Like I was just like, what the fuck?
That's beautiful.
Oh no, I was so dumb. I was so annoyed. I was like, what is this?
These
I
motherfuckers
can't be
from
mad when I
Aldi
have this cute kitty.
are illegal. They got a fuckload of
Why?
protein in them. 14 crackers has
The asthma was the friends we made along the way.
fiber and 3
Oh,
grams of
shit.
protein.
Yeah, I'm at like an angle because I'm on my bed with Poe, so I cannot see that properly.
No, you good. It's
low-key should've full-
Savoritz.
I low-key probably should have full screen the left side of my screen.
I'm just
'Cause
like a little.
Yeah, I have it like literally like half and half for
Yeah.
Leak Duck, and then like the YouTube video I was watching while I was waiting for the keys to pop.
Juice is better.
So, yeah. Yeah, I mean, I don't have 2 monitors, so it's like if I want to do something while I'm like, I literally have to start the YouTube video and then get in the queue. So if like I miss something in the YouTube video, I can't even like really like go back unless I just want to
That's
pause
so
the queue.
fucking annoying.
It really is.
I forgot because yeah, when I would I literally even with 2 monitors, I had to play the video and then click back into the window so it knew that I was there.
Oh, so it's not even a multiple
Nope,
monitor issue.
no.
It's just little.
It is a hit. What's your motherfucking attention there and there only?
They're like, attention!
It's absurd. If
Like,
you're
bro,
not clicked in, it's gone. I've tabbed
you are
it
not a drill
different.
sergeant, bro.
Nothing.
Bro, this cat, he just opened all his toes up.
All of them up.
He opened all of them up.
Trying to think what we could watch, folks. Because I do feel like watching me something. But I don't know what.
I can make a suggestion, but I don't know if it's something you can stream.
This is fair. I wish I could. Probably, but I mean...
I'm gonna be honest, I think we're on 2 different wavelengths. I think some cat pictures, though.
This is very acceptable. Hmm.
Yeah, this little fucker's just laying on me.
Trin, do we need to watch another Turkey Tom video that's like 5 hours long?
Oh my god, yes.
Wait, were you there for that, Will?
No, but I love Turkey Tom.
I'm not kidding you. He said, "Run it, you're a goat." I'm tempted to run the run right now, even though I've drank a little because I'm like confident, but I'm scared. I'm also scared.
I love my Turkish Tom.
I said it and I got stressed right away. I'm not gonna do it. Let me see the video. Andrew Ditch, Menace to Society.
Oh, I think I haven't started that one because of how long it's been.
Bro, I literally Trent was up at like 10 a.m. with me, and we watched that shit for 4 hours straight while I was running my high round. And he's like, "Is that the end?"
Dude, no, I literally had to look up the video just now, and I see the image. I remember it with the black ball cap, bro.
It's too good.
I love how he even has on.
Oh yeah.
The lolcow who faked autism.
Console just feels like a fever
because he has that on the Tom Dark channel.
Let's watch Exploring Dead Xbox 360 games everyone forgot about. Because this dude's playing fucking CSGO, and I'm excited.
Here, wait, he did upload a new video today. I have to watch that.
Okay. All my shittings. All my shittings.
Or if you can learn about, you know about the David case?
The what?
The David case, the rapper?
Yes, I do. We watched that before him.
There's a new one about this TikTok stan who stands a Minecraft YouTuber.
Dude, I hate the fact that I got 21 hours logged on that high round. If you could think of 21 hours of most recent Turkey Tom content, that motherfucker's been watched.
This video just came out 10 hours ago.
No, yeah, dude. This is clippable worthy.
Tyler Catastrophe.
Yeah, I'm pulling it up fully on stream just so this can't be like made up or anything. I know I can't make it like say when I fucking got on it, so y'all can suck it. But like,
oh wait, hold up.
I
can stream on your phone.
I have like no other way to prove this other than just go to history. I am just not watching this. This says today, and I don't know why it doesn't say yesterday. Wednesday. Can you? There it does say yesterday. I'm sorry.
Hey, I do see the Tyler Catastrophe.
Wait, where was it? Am I dumb? Yeah, right here. I was like, that's a good video. And then immediately popped this shit on. It's very good. It's very good. Now, what makes me happy is
the crazy part is,
yeah, go for it.
I've seen this person on TikTok before.
Dude, that's wild.
Like they're so fucking crazy. It's insane. Like I don't think I've seen their specific videos. I've seen I think it re-uploads of their content though. Or I've seen them on Twitter, one or the other.
This is true.
You're feeling very cuddly right now, buddy, aren't you? I don't mind it, 'cause usually you sleep with my mom. Usually you're me, mom. You hate me. You think they're gonna miss me whenever I go to Chicago?
Bro. She'll think about it, forget long enough to be hype as fuck when you get back.
That's what I'm hoping. I hope that they both are just like, Dad!
Easy.
My little sons. Look at my sons. Pride is not the word I'm looking for. My two little boys.
Oh wait. Welcome. But so I can see if I can end stream by like 1 at the latest. I'm gonna hop out of here, my good goat, and I will make sure I hit you up the moment I am up.
Yeah, I'll text you as well.
Bet. You have a good night, bro.
You too.
Peace.
Oh, peace. Ah, blah, blah.
Cute cats.
With the Xbox 360 pushing the legal drinking age in 2026, it's somehow still playable online. And while most players stick to popular games like Black Ops 2 or Gears of War 3 in this day and age, there are still hundreds of titles that were unfortunately left behind over the years. So today, I wanted to revisit some of them to see if I could find at least one player still keeping them alive. From a forgotten Call of Duty experience to an obscure open world game, this is Experience.
What do you mean obscure?
Obscure open world game.
Are you hating? Is this not Crackdown, ladies and gents? Are we not looking at Crackdown footage? I could be wrong.
Exploring dead Xbox 360 games.
That was like Crackdown. I don't know, big guy.
Starting with one of the strangest crossovers I've ever seen. All right, Counter-Strike Go on the Xbox 360. The fact that this is a thing on console just feels like a fever dream. I guess we'll just go in quick match. Hey, wait, that might be real people actually. Hold up. Hey, okay, wait. Leo, Batform, and Syphonal, whatever. Yo, there's actually people playing this. And with a bunch of bots, at least. But that's a good thing about this game is that even if there's nobody, you can still play with bots until someone just hops in. So you're not stuck just waiting in pregame lobby forever. Oh, hold up. Bomba clat! Fucking Norm. Hold up, this might be the only time that I find people on CSGO. Yo, anyone got a mic? Well, at least I tried. Oh, this is fucking laggy. What? Let me just see, like, where are these guys from? Oh, Brazil! Okay. Oh, Badform is from Ireland. Okay. Am I the only North American in here? That's probably why I'm lagging my ass off. Oh, shit, he died. Okay, I gotta clutch up. Let's go. No, where? Damn it! Fuck you! Bro, I'm actually surprised to find people on this. And not just one, but like 3 players on one of the most popular FPS games in the entire world.
If you guys didn't know, look, I'm not even trying to fuck with you. If you just stand still in CS, stuff actually hits. It's just like real life. Very, very low chance you're gonna consistently pinpoint shoot while moving.
But it seems like
so
people are still actually playing this on the 360.
even just standing still
lucky, hopefully not. Let's go,
is
Syphilis,
more accurate
Syphono.
than crouching and
take
like
it.
walking and shooting.
What the fuck just happened, bro? Okay, Syphilis just fucked me over, bro. I think he left too. Now, I don't know if this is just ultra mega luck, but after this lobby died off, I backed out and tried to find another match just to see if I could find any more players. And what do you know? There's other people? Limey, Marrow, and Zendetta? What the hell? What is going on? I feel like I just hit the jackpot on this, bro. I've tried to find players on this game in the past, but I think this is the most players I've ever seen at the same time in a while. And the fact that this is a digital-only Xbox 360 game makes it even more rare to find players.
Okay, wait, that's wild.
Shit. And it's also delisted. 19 years. That is insane. I'm playing CSGO with an Xbox 360 controller instead of a mouse and keyboard. Feels fucking illegal. I continued playing a couple of matches with these guys and ended up doing pretty good on Dust again. Fucking beamed. And like I said before, Counter-Strike might be one of the most iconic PC shooters on the planet, while the Xbox 360 version ended up becoming one of its most obscure ports. And somehow, even after all these years, I still managed to find a couple of players across multiple lobbies. So for
as you always will,
I decided to take more of a gangsta approach in an open world. Saints Row 2.
This is the best Saints Row.
This is the best Saints.
Discussion, please. Try to tell me try to tell me he's wrong. That's what I thought. That's what I thought.
Intro out of all of them. I say, I don't know, because I have not played it enough. I grew up on Saints Row the Third, man. That was fucking swag, bro. I missed that game. But let's see if there's any players on Saints Row 2. Co-op, right? I can go co-op online and multiplayer online, right?
I miss this game a lot.
First. Okay, yeah, you got.
This was the first kind of game like this I ever played.
Let's just try player match then. All right, never mind. Okay, I guess I'm gonna go Roman co-op. Yeah, you see, 1%. I played this game for like an hour, and when I searched for a co-op match, I wasn't even sure it was working since I was staring at the please wait message for about 10 minutes. Until this happened. Okay, oh, this is the guy I made. Hey, let's go. Young Koba. Okay, so I'm in a co-op, right? I'm assuming I'm alone?
Wait a minute.
Hey, yo, what? Wait, there's people playing? Hold up, I actually got disconnected from a lobby. So I tried joining their game off their profile, and apparently I wasn't cool enough to get in. What the fuck? But after searching for co-op over and over,
great.
I finally found what I was looking for. Oh wait, there is a player.
Oh yeah.
That's a health bar, right? Hold on, I gotta go up to whoever that is. Get out, man. This has to be a real player, right? Bro, because if there's people on this, man, this would honestly be a great alternative to maybe GTA 4 or 5. Considering there's not modders on this. Hopefully not. Yo! What the fuck is happening? Wheezy is GOAT. Why is he yelling?
Let me give it up for you.
Hey. Bro, ain't no way there's people on this game, bro. Honestly, yo, Wheezy, let's fuck up the civilians, man. Let's fuck this city up. Hold up, I got some weak guns. Fuck them. Let's hit the road. We got this John. Oh shit, yeah, we're in trouble now.
I mean,
bro,
dude,
I can't believe there's actual people on this. This is my first time finding people on Saints Row 2. Hold up, we're gonna have to get out of here. Oh. Oh, come on, Wheezy. Oh, man. Dude, I gotta go back, bro. And going back is what I did. But it took so long to even find a lobby, I almost gave up when I got the unable to find games message. But with enough patience and waiting around, I found yet another lobby with another player. Only this time it took quite a while to get to him. Dude, this guy keeps fucking pausing it, man. Let me meet up with you, gang. Dude, hold up. I'm trying to pull up on whoever this guy is. Oh, he's across the... Where is he at? Yo! What the fuck? Dude, they really fucked me up, dude. Xbox boss. I'm here to help you, bro. Hold up, hold up, hold up. I got you. Yo, who's in the plane? Hold up, I'm coming. Let's go. We taking a plane, gang. Let's take a plane. We about to get out of here.
Psych.
Oh, fuck. Since the plane ride failed upon liftoff, I figured a helicopter might be easier, especially since it reminded me of the buzzard from GTA 5. Yeah, it's a bird! And I don't know if he was trying to do the same thing, but I kept trying to crash into him for half an hour just for the fuck of it. Oh, shit! But I guess I didn't need Xbox Boss to perform a crash landing. Ooh. And since after this I spawned hella far, I decided to explore the map on my own until we met up again. Man, these are blissful graphics. Pure 2000 swag. Pecas de puta. What?
Hey,
yo. Bro, why are the NPCs running like that? Taxi, anybody need a taxi, man? Free taxi plus tax. Anybody fucking tax? Oh my god. Wow. Anybody need a 2-star taxi? Go. Xbox Boss. Let's go. Talk about a revival. Hey, yo. And once again, Xbox Boss kept putting the session on pause. So I decided to
Guys,
leave at that
what
point.
old game do I download on Steam to play? What old game do I play? Do I play like the first fucking Assassin's Creed on keyboard and mouse? What do we do? Trin, if you're here, I need your input. This is way, way, way too good of an idea, man. Hmm. I'm gonna
Like I said before, I grew up more on
finish
Saints Row
up
the
this
third compared to
video.
the second, but I still had a pretty fun time messing around on this cracked out version of GTA. And while Saints Row 2 might not be super packed with players anymore, between the players I actually found and the handful I couldn't even join, it's pretty clear to me that there's still people out there keeping the co-op side alive, despite me thinking the game was completely dead. So next, I wanted to explore yet another open world game that might be even less populated than Saints Row. Crackdown 2. I'm honestly going to be quite surprised if I find a player on this. And a couple of days ago, I actually streamed Crackdown 2 and we got a full lobby off the bat. I don't think that's going to happen today, but the ultimate goal is to find at least one player on the game. And as I went down the list of multiplayer game modes and sat in empty lobbies for a hot minute, I thought of a pretty unique idea of having a second account wait in these lobbies as I go explore the co-op and wait for someone else on that side of the game. But before I could even do that, my luck has struck gold again. Wait, I clicked join. So is it making me join someone right now? Okay, skip. If I find a player on this, I'm gonna freak out. Yo, Barn Dog, what? Wait, why is this guy not clamming his trap? Bro, there's someone on Crackdown. What? I was gonna do a different method. Hold up, I gotta like hijack a car or some shit and just get to him. Okay, I just realized I could probably spawn closer to the guy. Okay, I found him. All right. Hey, yo, Barn Dog. I swear, gang, I kid you not, I was 99% sure this game would be completely dead. It's pretty much a ghost town, but yo, we got the homie Barn Dog at 11 in the morning on Crackdown 2. Yo! Friendly fire! Yeah, he's just straight cooling it, man. I think he's just running around killing hordes of zombies and whatnot. He doesn't even have Xbox Live? How was I able to join him then? Do you have a mic? I think Barn Dog went AFK. I'll just be cooling with him. Oh, he's back. Oh, I think he has a mic. Yo? What's up, Barn Dog? Can you hear me, bro?
Fuck you!
Yo, his mic. I don't know if he knows it's on or he's just like ignoring me, but it's just kind of funny. Holy shit! What the fuck? Bro, I did like 27 front flips. Unfortunately, Barn Dog did not see those 27 front flips since he was AFK for yet another 25 minutes or so. I don't think players like Barn Dog intentionally wanted to play co-op with someone else. I think he just wanted to mess around in the campaign by himself. So at that point, I just went exploring around the empty city. Damn, this really does remind me of Borderlands, but more like urbanized. You know, I find it's a shame that such an underrated, unique game like Crackdown 2 is pretty much completely abandoned at this point. Even though I got once again super lucky to find a single player in a co-op match, it would have been nice to start up a multiplayer lobby. Especially for a game that's been free for the past 7 years or so. Kinda does suck, honestly, man. It's games like this one that really do deserve a revival from time to time. But for now, we shall put this game to rest and go explore another planet. Lost Planet Extreme Condition Colonies Edition. Not many people be thinking about this game anymore, man. Especially with the fact that it's approaching 20 years old at this point. I'm gonna try looking for games. Okay, that was that was a bit quick. Okay, yeah, well, yeah. Anyways, I was gonna say, since it only requires 2 players to start, I'm just gonna make a match and invite my second account, and hopefully, maybe, someone can join the game. All right. I feel like that one Spider-Man meme, seeing myself in the lobby. Yeah, this game's a pretty unique one, man. I kind of was late to the party to play this game, but I'm glad I ended up playing it recently. Hold up, how do I grapple again? There you go. Damn, look at this map, man. I'm getting cold just by looking at it. But yeah, it's pretty inevitable, man, that the older games get, the more forgotten and deserted they become. It's pretty wild to think that, like, these servers are up 24/7 since 2007 for anyone to just play and, you know, matchmake, deathmatch, team deathmatch, elimination, whatever you want to call it, but nobody plays them anymore. But then it hit me. I remember that about 2 months ago, I actually found a random player sitting in a lobby, and even though I deleted the footage of that moment, I still remembered his gamer tag, Sandy Bags. So just for fun, I looked him up again to see if he was playing or somehow online, and although he wasn't, it did say he was playing Lost Colonies about 13 hours ago. So I tried looking for him again a few days later, and I ended up finding him. Yo, let's go! I don't know what changed, but we're about to be playing Koba and Sandy Bags. Oh, this was like the exact map we played last time, bro. But my time with Sandy Bags didn't last very long, because just like last time we played, he just kept spamming these electric grenades over and over. Dude, he was doing this shit to me last time, bro. I swear, I think he's just trolling me when he does that. And with the map this big and confusing with only 2 of us, I was just walking around half the time. We're like, I don't know where the fuck to go, bro. We're literally just going around in circles and just capturing the points. So after I backed out and attempted to find another game, I found even more players online. Oh, Shaker Trout? Okay, there's actually a few players still playing this. How's it going?
How's it going?
Damn, I didn't think people still played this game.
People still played this game. What?
I didn't think people still played this game.
People still played this game. You haven't played this game?
No, I didn't think people still played Lost Planet.
There's a few people for this too.
I kind of gave up on game chat after this. But one by one, more players showed up. Damn, bro. 8-player lobby, that's kind of banging, bro. And as I was playing the first match, I was just sitting there in amazement of how this game went from absolutely no players to half a lobby out of nowhere. I guess the moral of the story is, even if a game feels completely dead, it might not be fully gone, as you might get lucky and find some players, or even a hidden community if you look hard enough. And in all honesty, I'm pretty glad I did. I guess Lost Planet isn't completely lost, pun intended. Now for this next game, I'd argue that this might be the most forgotten yet most hated Call of Duty game that ended the OG franchise. Bro, the 360 port is by far just such a disintegrated version compared to like the Xbox One. All right, we are back on the 360 version of Advanced Warfare. Like, look at the detail in my operator. It's beautiful. Let's just test out Team Deathmatch, you know, the safest bet. Who would have thought? You know what? Hold up. Since I'm on a different account, I could force start the game. Yeah! There you go. Okay, force start the game, and I'm going to put the time to infinite so I could just walk around the map. Oh, the Obsidian Steed, Bal 27. But right now, I'm currently online, just in a public lobby. Oh, fuck yeah, I don't have enemies. Oh, shit. Yeah, crucial detail I forgot is that if there's no one in the game, it's gonna end it. So at this point, I wanted to do the same thing I did for Lost Planet and bring my second account to start the game. And as I was preparing that, while still waiting in pregame lobby, I heard a very pleasant sound effect in the background. Wait, whoa, what? Hold up, I actually found a match player by sitting here for like ever. Who is this? Ghost Slayer 1011. You know what? Okay, hold up. Since you're here, bro, I'm gonna force start it. Dude, no way, bro. I swear, this is the first time I find a random player since like 2016 or something. Wait, where's the guy at? Did he leave? Oh, please don't tell me he left, bro. Man, I got nervous because I force started it. Honestly, I would be too, but... Oh, bro, please, man. Oh, wait. Wait, hello?
Hello, how are you?
Wait, he's in the game. Oh. Okay, so he is in the game and playing. I don't know how he's not there, but fuck it. Can't complain. Oh, shit. Dude, 1v1ing a random on Advanced Warfare in 2026. This is not real right now, bro. I was literally getting my second console ready just so I can start the game by myself, but this guy just showed up out of the blue. This is so rare, bro. I don't know. Are you a modder? Hold up, let me just invite this guy to a private chat. Do you hear me, bro?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, okay. Do you have a mic? Oh, you don't have one? It's all good. But yeah, I'm on a modded account right now, or a modded console. I just wanted to see if there's players playing this game. The Call of Duty Killer. Yo, what made you like decide to play Advanced Warfare on the 360 today? I wanted a modder for unlock all. Yo, I could give it to you real quick, bro, if you want. I'm pretty sure I can do it. And honestly, it was not easy at all. Because for the next 2 hours, I kept running into multiple errors and way too many game glitches. Fuck. Well, I'll restart the game because I can't back out when trying to do this. But I was still determined to give Ghost Slayer an unlock all for this game. So I tried different game modes, different mod menus. I did not even do that. My bad. Different remote tools, and even asked friends for help, but nothing seemed to work. I even contacted the owner of one of the most popular remote tools to see if he could fix the error, but even he didn't know what was going on. I guess Advanced Warfare was just built differently. So unfortunately, I wasn't able to give him what he was looking for, but we still had a good time, finishing off our interaction with a little sightseeing. These graphics are just so like melted down, bro. It's almost like as if it's not finished. Man, this game is 12 years old. That's wild. Yeah. Alrighty, bro. I'm gonna hop out, but pretty cool that you were just playing this game randomly. Nice playing with you, man. See you around, at least. Have a good day, bro. Peace out. Oh, man, not gonna lie, though. Even though Advanced Warfare was swept under the rug, it still brings me back to a simpler and more peaceful time in my life. I remember playing this day one with my clan back in 2014, and it was just so controversial, like the, oh, Call of Duty is turning into Halo type of comparison, but time really does fly, man. I also do think the release of Black Ops 3 and other EXO jetpack Call of Duty games made Advanced Warfare even more forgotten.
Welcome back,
still
my
remember
man. I'll
And I'm glad
reload,
I wasn't the only
absolutely.
one. And to top it all off, this last game was the most unexpected
I'm gonna be
discovery of
ending
a
stream here
surprise
soon
in
whenever
the
this is
entire
over.
video. Now, this game was not planned to be in this video at all, as this was just another Saturday where I would stream the revival of dead Xbox 360 games. So going into Castle Miner Z, we were already going to be a number of people playing. And as I loaded up the game, I found someone playing in a world on survival. Oh, Dripperson. Who's Dripperson? And at first I thought it was someone from the live stream already playing ahead of time. Is this guy AFK? Who is this guy, bro? There's no way he's just playing. Yo? Is Drip in the stream? But as we all spawned in this guy's world, we slowly started to realize he was just another Xbox 360 player who just randomly decided to play Castle Miner Z. Yo guys, I want to figure out if this is like a random or he's in the stream, bro.
Such a coincidence that you got a random on this game at the same time you're streaming.
That's what I'm saying, Pluto and Vertical Doors. Yo, what's up, Dripperson? I don't think he knows any of us, bro. What? This is so, like, what is happening right now? Might be Tony Stark. I don't think he has a mic and I don't think he gives a fuck. I think he's just chilling, bro. I'm almost, like, not convinced this is just a random guy playing and, like, actually trying to, like, do shit in Castle Miner Z.
Yo, bro, did you just decide to play Castle Miner Z, or are you watching the stream right now? Because I'm currently streaming this, and I just want to know if I just found a random person or not. Let me know, bro.
I sound so fucking obnoxious in the beginning. I literally started up my Xbox today after like a decade. I didn't think there would be so many people. This is so sick. At this point, we just kept watching him play and simply captured the moment. Where is the guy? Where is he at? Oh shit, I made him fall, I forgot. Oh no, he died. No! Yo, Drippy! Bro, he's probably like so confused, bro. Almost a full lobby. This is so cool, bro. We're all looking at him like an alien. Ooh. Oh, he survived that? Oh, look. Oh. I don't think I've been down here like in a while, bro. This is like history right here. Finding a random player on Castleminer Z in this day and age. Oh, okay, bye, Dripper. This guy just left us down here to rot.
Yo, nice meeting you, bro. I'm gonna head out now, but hopefully I'll see you around the Xbox 360 world again. But hell yeah, man. Hope you're enjoying Castleminer Z, bro. Have a good night, man. Peace out.
I just thought this was the craziest coincidence ever. How after a whole decade, Dripperson just decides to load Castleminer Z and finds a whole bunch of other players. That just shows that no matter how dead and forgotten these games might be, there will always be the community keeping not only these titles alive, but the console as a whole. And from finding international players on CSGO, to accidentally populating an indie game with a random player, I don't think this generation is going anywhere, as it only takes one person to remember an entire era. But yeah, guys, let me know down in the comments if you'd like to see more of these types of videos, because not gonna lie, we've barely scratched the surface when it comes to dead Xbox 360 games. And if you actually want to be part of bringing these games back to life, pull up to our revival streams.
Yes!
We really be reviving everything and anything at this point. And as always, if you enjoyed the video, like, comment, subscribe, swag on, stay lit, and
That's a cute, like, very clearly, like, long aged account on here that has a genuine, like, clean following given what it is. But because this is the third separate stream, and I think the first one was 3 hours, second one was 5, and this one has just hit 5. I am going to go pass out, recharge, and get right back to it tomorrow morning. But as always, I appreciate everybody popping in, watching, showing love. Don't forget to like and repost my stuff on Instagram, you name it. It means the world. Have a good night, y'all. Peace.
OFC. Peace.